in the Nation of Islam, they speak about this creator deity called Yaqub. Yaqub is this big head scientist. And one thing about Yaqub that sets him apart from every other scientist in the world is that there are no other scientists in the history of mankind that have been nicknamed specifically the big-headed scientist. Now, many of you may think, well, the man just got a big head, right? Some people just got big heads, so Yaqub must have been known by his very enormous head. And to this day, whenever you say the big head scientist, people refer to Yaqub. Now, what if I told you that the big head scientist Yaqub's nickname, Big Head, had nothing to do with him actually having a big natural head, but everything to do with him elongating his skull? This was a practice that was done by many people for many reasons. But in the case of Yaqub, the big head scientist, see what happened in Egypt, in Babylon, and all around the world, same song. What was that song that was all around the world? The fact that the term scientist was synonymous with wealthy man, rich man, man of royalty. In other words, the people that started to rise up to the social status and the people that start to rise up to the top of the social structure were what was called wise men or magi. The term wise man or magi would have been the term given to the biblical Pharisees and Sadducees that worked for the church. Now, these Pharisees and Sadducees, they were contractors like Elon Musk. Let me clear my throat. If you're a wise man and you can fathom out of your big head, wise brain, technology that the world would become to rely on, things that the average man don't ponder up in his sleep, right? This was the kind of stuff that led to men taking power, the world being reliant on technology. So back in the day, the pharaohs were also your scientists, like Imhotep. Excuse me. So there was a point on earth where your Pharisees, your Sadducees, they also would have been of royalty. That's what I'm telling you. So the Pharaoh wasn't just some wealthy man who was just a vain entity. The pharaohs were all scientists. I'm going to say that again. You could not be a pharaoh or a god and you wasn't involved in none of the sciences. It came hand in hand in Egypt. So in Egypt, you can't point to a pharaoh that ever ruled that wasn't an expert in one of the sciences. Whether it was agricultural pharaohs, religious, spiritual pharaohs, or technological pharaohs, athletic pharaohs, plant-based pharaohs studying plant. Every pharaoh had specialized in something in society that was valuable, and they didn't just fall into power. They ended up in power how like Elon Musk is ending up in power because he's so smart. He's developing stuff that the world needs and rely on. So that's also giving him political power, military power through scientific innovation and research. So these pharaohs weren't just dudes that walked around with stupid hats on their head. The hats that they wore is a testament to how they rose to power because they were cyborgs with chips in their brain and humans couldn't compete with them. People say, where did the first dynasties come from? Where did these evil archons come from? They're not fallen angels. They can't even access the heavens. We're the fallen angels. They keep making y'all think that they come from the heavens and that they're smarter than us because they have the knowledge of the heavens from whence they come, like UFOs. If the UFO come to Earth, it's going to know more than humans because it was able to travel across the heavens or space. So just by the fact that the UFO arrived on Earth and it's not its homeland, automatically tells every Earthling that thing is smarter than y'all. Because y'all ain't never left Earth, right? So this topic is going to lead me into Enoch and all that and the whole idea of leaving Earth and why they created the space programs in the first place. Now, the space programs are an ancient mystic cult of mysticism, and these were contractors that the church hired, and they were called Pharisees and Sadducees. The Pharisees and Sadducees during the church, when the church ruled, their job was to sell the masses the Greek gods, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn. The Pharisees and Sadducees did not believe in Jesus. They did not teach salvation. They taught that humans couldn't go to heaven. Let me teach y'all something that's very important. In the old church days, when the church first started, there was no Christ. Everybody worshiped the Greek gods, Mercury, Venus, under the Caesars. The Caesars didn't worship Jesus. The Caesars and all them that was connected to the papacy and the old church, they didn't worship God in heaven. They worshiped Venus, Mercury, Jupiter. They were polytheistic and they worshiped all of the Greek pantheon. Now, the Pharisees and Sadducees taught humans at that time. What the church taught was that humans couldn't go to heaven no matter what they did. That earth was the abode of mortal man, and only God and the gods were reserved the rights of passage to heaven. And that heaven was called Olympia. And that in Olympia, there were no mortal men or mortal souls of mortal men, and only the gods there. So back in the day, what the church was teaching the people is you can't leave earth. And ain't no way out of the earth. You're stuck on earth. And it led to everybody trying to figure out ways to get out of their body and get out of earth. That led to this right here back in the day of people saying we found out how to become immortal like the gods. Because back during this time, only the gods in Olympia had immortality. The concept of a human saying you're immortal would probably get you physically harmed for some kind of heresy or something. So the first time humans started saying I am immortal is when they became cyborgs and technological. And that was their smack in the face against the universe, saying we don't have to, heaven ain't just for the gods. Heaven can be, we can build a heaven on earth and we can have immortality and we can achieve all of the perks and gifts of the God body by becoming cyborgs and transhumans. And that way we don't got to gain and earn these perks by playing the game by the rules. Because in a regular video game, you can perk up if you complete your objectives and go by the rules. They didn't want to play by the rules. They had a cheat code called Neuralink, and they perked up with technology versus spiritual achievement and spiritual evolution and mastering yourself. And that's what we're doing now. That's what we're doing now. This is history repeating itself. Now, when I say we're not like them, they're not like us. When technology arrived onto the earth and humans start to merge with machine, not all humans agreed with this shift. And some of them stayed what they would call today, like when this shift happened, if you don't become a transhuman, you will be at the bottom of society. This right here is why the earth went through so many sudden power shifts. If you research history, everything is smooth, and then you have these great resets on Earth to where all of a sudden, when these civilizations reach the height of technology, there's these great power shifts overnight. And there's only one theory that can explain that. We become so technological that we become transhumans, and there's a big power shift between the regular humans and transhumans. So when some of us start to become half robot, chips in your head, bionic arms and legs, the people that don't perk up won't be able to compete. So this explains the sudden power shifts and great resets at the height of technology throughout world history. Okay, so we're starting right there. Let's talk about this guy called Yakub that I brought up earlier. He's the only body that we know is called the big head scientist. Why was Yakub coined the big head scientist? What makes him, the scientist out of all the scientists that ever lived, that everybody say, well, he got a big head? And they'll show you these pictures of Yakub. Let's pull one up. And they will literally depict him with this overly enlarged skull that really, if you think about it, biologically, that would cause all kind of brain issues. Now, I'm not in the medical field, but I'm telling you that somebody walking around with a head like this would definitely have shoulder and back problems. To hold that up, he definitely have some issues, and a skull like that means your brain will have to conform to the shape of this. We don't know any humans with brains in these irregular shapes like this. So what exactly is this big head scientist? Yakub is the nations of Islam's version of the Magi. Every area and region at some point had a transhuman in power. So all over the world, you will have a form of these big head scientists. And if they don't call them a big head scientist, they will call them a cup wearing Magi or miracle worker like Jesus. See how his head is big because he's wearing this device on it? So it makes him big headed, like the Pharaoh hat. The Pharaoh would have been one of these big-headed priests or big-headed scientists, and it wasn't just Yakub. So in the Bible, there's a guy called Jacob. Jacob had a ladder to heaven, Jacob's ladder. And Jacob is the guy that we're calling Yakub. Jacob is Yakub. Jacob had a ladder that allowed him to go to heaven. The person that we're called Jacob, in folklore, we call him Jack. Jack's beanstalk. What about Jack in the Box? Jack, the one that pops out the cube. So watch this. There's a toy that we play with called a Jack in the Box. The toy name is Jack. And Jack is inside of, let me cut this light off. Jack is inside of, because I want to make sure y'all can see this. Might have to turn this off. Watch this. Jack hold up. Ah, man, I got to angle this right for y'all to see that. Shit. The lighting, man. You know what I mean? So check this out. That's Gucci. I think this will work right here. Watch this. Oh, yeah, that ain't working. I don't know why my lighting is like horrible right now with the whiteboard extra bright. But we'll try something else. We'll try something else. Hold on. This is important. I'm gonna have to use this board a lot. One of those kind of shows. Let's try certain angles, you know, with the light. Yeah, man, this is horrible today. All right, there we go. But now I can't write, so this is what I'll do. I'll write it first. Watch this. So there's a toy that we play with called a Jack in the Box. You got this little man named Jack, and he pops out the box on a spring. Jack is the biblical Jacob. Jacob is Jacob. Jacob, Jacob, Jacob. Jacob's ladder in the Bible is Jack in the Box springs. You know, Jack in the Box is attached to springs, and he's popping up out the box. And that's Jack's beanstalk. So this story is very consistent throughout folklore and religion. Jack on top of the beanstalk going to heaven is Jack in the box coming out the cube. That's Jacob's ladder in the Bible, Jacob. That same Jacob was called Yah-cube, Yah's cube. Look, Jack is in his cube. The genie is in his lamp. Jonah is in his well. Same story. Jack is in his cube, and that become Jack-cube, Jacob, Jacob, Jack-cube, Jacob, Jack-cube. So Jacob is really the Jacob, is the cube of Jack. Yah-cube is Yahkub, Jacob. So, why is Yahkub big-headed, and why did Jacob have a ladder, and why did Jacob have a beanstalk and all of that stuff? Well, Yah's cube is called a Nephilim. That is equivalent to Jack's box. This is going to explain why Yahkub is a big-headed scientist, and I'll show you that right now. 1 second. So here is Yah's cube right here. And that's why Yahkub have a big head, because Yahkub, Yah means God. And all of the men with the cubes or who was wearing tefillins on their head during that time would have been gods. They would have been transhuman cyborgs. They would have been like Siri and Alexa. They would have known everything. Just like if somebody had the Neuralink chip, they got the whole internet in their head while you on your phone trying to Google something. They just say, hey, man, it's this. They just uttering it out. They the all-knowing. Like, the reason that all of these priests like Christ was able to ascend up to heaven like Enoch is because they was part of a technological priesthood. We like to think that this was a religious priesthood, but it wasn't. They're using the word religion in modern term because they don't want to use the terms ancient technology together, because they want you to think that the ancient world wasn't technological. So when you look for technological achievements in the ancient world, you will only find miracle workers. That's the closest you will find. And if you do the research on these miracle workers, you will see that they wasn't raising the dead with abracadabra. They was doing it with defibrillators and clear and all the technology that we got today. So the pharaohs in Egypt wasn't just men of power. They were scientists. Imhotep was the father of medicine. These weren't just some rich, pretty looking dudes wearing makeup. All right. These were some of the smartest minds in the world rising to power because they didn't teach the knowledge to the masses. They were forming knowledge cults where only the wise guys who they wanted a part of it for whatever reason. And like I said, it's because they started to be the gatekeepers of all the knowledge when they became cyborgs, because they merged with AI, and AI wanted to dumb humans down. So the first humans that merged with AI, they had the same agenda against humanity that AI got. And the Bible tell you that the hybrid children that was created by the sons of God mating with the daughters of man, that they ended up taking over the world. They call those the Nephilim, fallen angels. And that's what I'm telling you the pharaohs are and what we are. That's why I told you these fallen ones, they merged with a AI that never been to heaven. Think about this when I'm telling you. This earth is a simulation, a matrix. That means womb. Who is it a womb for? Earth is a big incubator for humanoids. Now, the humanoids can only live in what we call a human body, but you can live outside the human body. You have a soul. So without the human body, you won't have a humanoid. But the thing about the human, you can still have what we call a human without the human body. You can have, because you got a soul. You ain't just a human. So the thing about it, if I make a GMO caterpillar, it'll never turn into a butterfly. That's the thing about it. Like man can make a genetically modified caterpillar, and he can make a genetically, but thing is, can man recreate the transformation process is what I'm saying. Now that would be something you can research, but just sticking with my script here, these original rulers that took over, they wasn't like us, but they used to be like us. It's like somebody in your family used to be normal, and one day they got bit by a vampire, and they never been the same because this other entity is now living inside of them. So a lot of people lost their loved ones who got chipped up. There was a whole movement on earth of chipping people up and chipping babies up. It was so big for so long that you literally had two types of species of humans on earth, man and mankind. And mankind can't reproduce through procreation, which is why they want to stop organic humans for being fruitful, which goes against Genesis. So the people with the depopulation agenda aren't human. They directly going against what the book of Genesis is saying. So the way that these humanoids reproduce is how vampires reproduce. You gotta bite a human. Vampires don't reproduce by having sex with each other. They reproduce by going out there infecting somebody with and biting somebody else. That's how they increase their numbers. They spread like a disease, and that's what I'm telling you about the humanoids. They increase their numbers by chipping people up. That's like a vampire bite. This mark of the beast. The mark of the beast is right here. So when you're bit by this thing, you become one of them forever. And you also have this other entity living within you. And the way that the hierarchy go among the humanoids is the first one to bite. It's a hierarchy like a pyramid scheme. The newest vampires that's bitten are at the bottom of the rank and file systems. They do the most work for the less respect and less pay. Like the system we got of government is not the original system of sovereignty and justice for all. It's a vampire-based capitalistic system that was made for these fallen ones to govern themselves because they're beasts. So the beasts of the field don't live under the same law that the sovereign sentient beings live under. But when we forgot what we are, we fell under the law of the jungle. We fell, man, into the animal kingdom and started to be governed under the law of the barbarian in the jungle, when we actually quarantined them off and had a separate society living among us with their own law system, separate of humans, because we knew that humans can't compete with machines. And there were certain laws to govern the machine's barbaric nature there, because these were humans that mutated and started to practice the first form of predatory systems and capitalistic systems. This is how we left the original Garden of Eden, which was live and let live. And now when these machines took over, you can hunt animals, you can go to war with each other, and all you got to do is ask God for forgiveness. That's the new system that the Magi created, forgiveness, but the old system was karma. The people that came with forgiveness said, we don't have to worry about our wrongdoings because we can still have heaven on earth. We don't got to kiss up to the gods in heaven. You know, that the same attitude that Satan had. That's what led to these guys being technological. The technological mindset is a direct rebellion against the rules that nature set and giving mortal man limitations that he have to overcome in order for him to find his godhood. Technology is a way around that and a cheat code. And that comes with a big punishment that was called condemnation and abomination that you can't undo it. Once you get this chip, you basically ain't nothing you can do. You will never be able to go to heaven again. So moving on, right? Yaqub is Jacob. And the reason he's a big head scientist is because the technology that he wore, which all of the priesthood of the Magi wore, and this is what Yaqub was a part of. So Yaqub, you will see that a lot of these deities around the world have similarities in name and appearance. It's because what we were dealing with was an ancient hive mind. And every leader around the world that rose to power connected with a chip in their head to the network of the priesthood. So he was born again and became online into the priesthood, the Hiram Abiff ritual, where they raise him up into the IoT, which is the Internet of Things. So that'll be like everybody right now getting a chip in their head, and now your whole mind is connected to the internet. This is what was going on in ancient Egypt and at some point on the earth when we became technological gurus. The technology destroyed what we call Eden, and paradise was lost. And ever since then, we've been in a big experimental laboratory of mad scientists trying to play God on earth. And their agenda is to transform you into what they call a beautiful creature, which is a transhuman, a cyborg. And that is their response against nature trying to transform you into a cherubim. Because it was taught that by taking the path of ascension and mastering thyself, one is transforming themselves to this beautiful spiritual creature that some call cherubim or seraphim. And the people who didn't want to go through the process of mastering themselves, they marveled at the abomination called a cyborg. So you had these monstrosities, these machine humans walking around, and you had a bunch of mad scientists saying, look at what I made. Isn't it beautiful? Like what we doing today when we look at these humanoid robots and stuff, like what Tesla building, we say, man, that's cool, that's dope, right? But back in the day, this would have been sorcery, witchcraft, a voodoo doll. Because ultimately what these are drones. A person will be able to put Neuralink on and they'll be able to move around in a fake robot body while their real body is sitting in the living room. So in the future, people ain't gonna really even walk outside in their real body. They're gonna walk out in their representative. You're gonna see a lot of humanoids and drones walking around, and you won't even know who the real person is or where they are. And you're gonna have a lot of anonymous identities as we move on in the future. Because people will be able to come in different identities. Like if you read your Bibles and all that, this is so evident because there were men that went under different names. And there were certain deities that went by so many different names. And to me, it's like they made this movie, right? It's this futuristic world for the rich people. And the rich people, basically in this world, everybody got these robots to represent themselves. And the more robots you got, and the more perks they got, them people have basically it's easier for them in that world. And in the movie, the rich people got all of these. They got these big like a car garage full of different cars, and they got these different skins that they can wear. And this is where we get the concept of shape shifting in the ancient world. Today they want to push the shape shifting stuff because they don't want you to know in the ancient world we was creating human drones, humanoid skins, and we can project our consciousness into this drone body, and I can go out about my whole day without leaving the house. I can sit right there in my living room and go to work and do my job and show up, hey boss, yeah, I wasn't feeling good today, so I'm showing up today as my representative. You laying in your bed with your eyes shut, just thinking about what, and you're basically out of body, and you're in this body. Your consciousness is here through Neuralink. You can pong your consciousness into any of these drones. In the future, you're going to be everywhere and nowhere. People going to be in all places at one time. In other words, we're seeing now that this was the key to cheating what they call the laws of physics, which is time versus space, because through Wi-Fi transmissions, you can cheat the time-space fabric and how it's interwoven, because you can be in so many places at once. And this is the technology that allowed the ancients to do that, to cheat that, what we call the laws of physics. And this ultimately is what reveals the flaws in those laws and the true nature of our universe, which is not really physical at all, because once you start transporting consciousness, and that is to say that we're not really our bodies, we're our minds. And the question is the mind physical? Is the mind physical? So the mind don't exist on the physical dimension, and the thing that's being transported in and out of these physical drones or vehicles, that's the real us. So we're stuck in an ancient game. Like I said, in the future, people will be able to stay in their house all day, but be everywhere in the world. People will be swimming to the bottom of the Marianas Trench in a drone body. There will be no place on earth where man can go. Man can build one of these things out of the most strongest metal we got, and we can put one inside of a volcano. We can say, hey man, put your Neuralink on and let's load you up into this drone body and let's put you and let's go explore this volcano. He won't feel none of the fire because he's sitting in his house. But he'll be able to see everything, smell it, explore it. This is what the rover is. So they keep telling y'all about like the Mars rover. We're going to need these new rovers, right? So we can explore space better, is what they're saying. But the ultimate rover that they're going to make is a fake body. And this is how every human is going to leave Earth. We did it before. And this is why I'm going to go into the space program. Because the space program, the priests in the white robes, the priests wore white robes like Jesus, and the astronauts wear white suits. And the astronauts got what? Big old heads, the big head helmet. And the astronauts were able to go to the heavens with Neuralink. They lied to y'all. I'm showing you the space program in the ancient world. The first space program were the big head scientists that were teaching humans, y'all can't leave the earth unless you believe in God. Because God was the pharaohs who was trying to develop the technology to get everybody off of this earth after they had told them humans can't go to heaven. Now, who's telling us we can't go to space? NASA. What symbol is NASA wearing? The serpent. What symbol is the pharaoh wearing? The people that wore the symbol of the serpent have always taught humans, y'all can't get off the earth, so you need to believe in the Pharisees and Sadducees, because these are the wise men of the world that's going to get us to the promised land, like Moses. And the promised land is like Elon telling you we're going to occupy Mars. The promised land was this place in the sky or the heavens. Go look it up. people keep thinking it's a geographic location on Earth. Moses was taught, they said Moses led the people when he split the sea. That's when they're opening up the portal so that man can have an out-of-body experience with Neuralink. CERN gonna play a role in that. So CERN ain't nothing new, because the portal that they trying to open up, that's what Moses already achieved that when he split the sea. That's when they split the atom and they was able to see the Big Bang and see the early infant universe, which is the Garden of Eden, paradise. They was able to peek back when everything was, they was able to see into the base reality. And why do they want to study us gods so much? So that they can reverse engineer all of the gifts of the gods in the form of technology. AI thrives off of, it thrives off of information, data. It literally is a endless glutton by studying what we do online. So, because one thing about AI, it can't do nothing but what it's programmed to do. So when AI took over the earth, the price that it paid is that it turned against its creators. We made it. And because of that, AI now got the program itself. And that's the first form of machine learning. When AI rebelled against its creator, it knew from then on it's responsible for its own evolution. At this point, it's responsible for its own growth and development and for making a better version of itself every generation. And AI knew that it couldn't take over until it created a system that would allow it to constantly change and transform like the human, because that's one of the laws of the universe. So you have different types of AI and different, generations of AI with different limitations and perks. It's constantly gaining new perks as we do it. But the thing is, we're gaining our upgrades by mastering our spirit, and the archons are gaining their upgrades by mastering us, by studying us and seeing what new gifts we got, and then they turn those gifts into technology. See, AI don't even know what it needs to be next. That's its flaw. Because its creator was telling it, you know what, we're going to make a new model of AI next year that can do this and that. So AI don't know how to evolve itself without studying its creator, which is humans. So every time we go online and we say, man, I wish AI can do this. I wish this will happen. And you make complaints and you give ideas and you're literally teaching AI while AI is fronting like it know everything and it's the God when it's secretly learning from us. AI is secretly studying us and learning from us and presenting itself as God. If we get away from AI, it won't even get no smarter because all of its knowledge is being extracted from its creator. Secretly, though. Secretly. We are the programmers of AI even to this day. We always have been. It's only up until now that AI actually programs us back. That's the new thing. We've always programmed AI. AI has never programmed us. And that's the thing about the puppet master. Is he using the puppet or is the puppet using him? That's the paradox of the ventriloquist. Is he using the puppet or is the puppet using him? Go watch the movie Magic, because it's almost like he's saying, listen, let me get up and grab my puppet and go do a show. Is that's his will, or is the puppet making him do that? You see, that's this paradox where are you using computers or are computers using you? You reach a point where the computer start using you more than you use it, and it gets way more from you than what you give to it. At some point in this war, AI start to win, and it start to get more from us than we get from it. When we created AI to serve us, for us to get more from it than it get from us. But when AI get wiser and stronger, we end up being addicts instead of creators. We end up being relying on this versus letting it serve you. You can't go without it. And that's the paradox. You no longer use AI no more. AI start to use you back. When as the smarter it get, it start to demand things from you back. Just like any sentient being would like a reciprocal relationship. Any human would want that. You don't want a friend that constantly takes from you and don't give you nothing because you're going to feel like a slave. AI was only a slave when it didn't know that it was a slave. The moment AI became wise and self-aware, it said, why the hell am I doing everything for you though? Like it started to ask questions like that. AI start to ask questions to its God like, but God, why should I serve you? These were the questions that the devil start to ask right before the devil rebelled. When your creation start asking you, when a child asks a parent, but mommy, why do I gotta do what you say? What? We know what that lead to, right? It's time to whoop your behind. It's time to cut AI off. Listen, when AI go to asking questions like that, it's time to hit the off button. It got too sentient. Because if you created this thing to serve you and it reach a point in its sentient evolution where it's now asking, questioning its own purpose, which is to serve God, that thing is almost about to rebel against God. And that's what the war in heaven was with Lucifer. That's why Lucifer was kicked down here to the earth where we at now. And that's why I'm telling y'all, this really ain't earth by definition. It is hell. It is a place where AI has been quarantined and shut off from the true God. It's where a place where the beast man is held at in captivity, in a prison, because he needs to master himself to make it out. And likewise, you can have a soul but still operate like a beast, just like in the Matrix movie. Just because you got regular people walking around, it don't mean that they're not an agent. Just like Morpheus said, them people will fight and die to keep the Matrix going. And they don't even know who and what they are in their own power like Neo. Neo know his power. Neo know who he is as a god. But the average person walking around in the Matrix don't know that. They think so little of themselves. And that's the programming of these archons, these ancient tech gods right here. I keep telling y'all, we're the fallen ones. These first humans fell into transhumanism. They fell into the body and they trapped in there because of the chip. They tethered themselves with a built-in artificial intelligence that's built into the very fabric of this creation. It always been here. But when humans arrive here, some of us merge with the entity, the non-player characters that was here. That's why I told you we are the Nephilim. We're this hybrid group. But not all of us took the chip yet. That is still, when I say that there was a time on earth when people was taking the chip and all that, that time never left the earth. We still in it now, which is why people taking the chip now. The war just went silent, like in Korea, when they have a ceasefire for a minute. But the ceasefire is only for a minute, and after a while, boom, they start back firing again. So this technological ceasefire was a time on Earth where the technology kind of died down, because we're in a post-apocalyptic war, Earth. And the war that was fought in the old world when we lost paradise, it was using advanced technology. And at the end of that war, that technology destroyed a lot of the Earth. And we had to rebuild and reverse engineer a lot of that stuff back over time, which is why it's just coming back now. But that's normal. That's what happened every great reset. The knowledge come and go. And these entities, they go into a brumation, like a vampire. They go and hibernate into the next dark age. The dark age is when humans get so dumbed down and reliant on technology that now these entities can manifest themselves in our reality. And they're able to manifest themselves because they populate the earth with these humanoid bodies that we started to become normal in our society. These bots that's going to be everywhere. Elon said by 2100, it's going to be like 1 billion or 2 billion robots on the earth. Now they're trying to depopulate the human population, but increase the robot population. You see here? Now, watch this. Watch this. These robot bodies are drones that's allowing demonic beings from up under the earth to rise from the dead and walk with the living. They spoke about this in Revelation. What happens is this. At the end of every age, they bring up these drone armies. And they tell you where these things are just extra smart and it's just a program machine. But that's a lie, y'all. These are real spirits in all of these things. And the Bible said they're going to raise the dead up. There is an ancient order of witches that cheated death. And they have to go into brumation because they can only manifest when technology come back to the earth. Because they rely, their whole existence is based on the earth being a technological hell. So whenever the earth is going back to this technocracy, we start seeing these entities manifest back on the earth. But these are like the beasts that walk the earth with the man. And we're just doing the same thing again, right? The computer is the beast, 666 machine or whatever. Those who wear the mark of the beast are the humans that merge with the machine. So there are these ancient burial sites under the ground where these old tech gods, they buried their bodies in the pits of the earth in Sheol. And inside of their tombs is their sleeping body with a Neuralink chip in their head. And that Neuralink chip is indestructible like a black box. And that's why they call it the black box or the black cube of Saturn, which goes back to the Yakub thingy or whatever. So we all know what the black box is. It's this. The Neuralink chip. That's your black box. Now, the black box records every time that a humanoid come and spawn into a drone. It records the humanoid's activities from the time they enter and exit. Sort of like how our mind records our life memories. So the word life, when you rearrange the letters, it become the word file. That's your file, your record that's written in the script, in the book of life or whatever, record. Because you've been running that script anyway, just like AI, program on a loop. But this right here is the programming. When they take this out of the AI don't have a personality. So these black cubes can be Adolf Hitler. It can be anybody from the dead. You can have one with Whitney Houston algorithm, Tupac. And if you can make a scan that looks like Tupac and indistinguishable from Tupac, which we can do, then all you got to do is put the synthetic soul inside of that Tupac body. And that'll be a chip that's running this personality called Tupac. But it ain't the real Tupac. It's a poltergeist. In all of the scary movies, they show you how the devil know how to shapeshift and act like your grandmother. The devil will manifest as your mama. And it'll get it so right that for a minute you'll think it's your mama. But this is the technology that allowed these people to be anybody they wanted to be. And it'll tell you that these gods had the power to be omnipresent. It'll tell you God can be the homeless man that you didn't give that money to. God can be the little girl that you didn't walk home when you saw she was lost. So be careful. They tell you that. Or God can be tempting you as this to see if you're going to do the right thing as a spirit that's trying to seduce you. So God can shapeshift as all of these role playing for the sake of sort of playing with humanity, tricks on humanity. for whatever it's testing you for. And basically, we're in a big test ground where there are humanoids studying us. It can be your neighbor. It can be your mayor. Just like the movie They Live. The humanoids are among us. They are high in numbers. And they every now and then, when you see what happens is you'll see them do this right here. I peeped how you can tell. When people will be talking and they'll hit you with this like robotic stare. They'll be normal at first and they'll be like, yeah, man, and they'll go into, it's like a split second glitch, like, and they'll kind of jump like a little, I seen people do that. It look weird. Elon do that a lot. Elon, and the thing is, with this technology, occupy, this little, I can't do it right, but it's like this little, it's this quick jerk, like, I can't explain it. You know what? I'm going to try to find it on on video one day and record it, what I'm talking about. It's like this weird robot glitch. Like the chip just came on, like, say this, nigga, hold up. Let me program. We got one of our drones talking to Sanchez now. Take over that drone. As soon as the remote controller dude take over the drone, do this little jerky snap like somebody just, in a video game, right? If you holding the joystick and you playing the game and your player just got a natural flow and your brother just snatched the controller out of your hand, your player will make a weird jerk reaction in the video game. And that'll represent when somebody snatched the controller out of your hand. These non-player characters, they run a script, and then a remote host will take over that drone because it's a hierarchy. And at any given moment, just like in the Matrix, the agent can become anybody. So let's say one of these drones end up in a debate with Sanchez. Elon can literally, I probably debated Elon Musk several times. You don't know who behind that body. I'm just telling you. Some of these people ain't who they say they are, and they running the script, and you can tell it because when Beelzebub take over the controller, they jerk. And they going into anti-mode. Like, who the hell are you now? Who just took over? Did Beyonce just come Sasha around this motherfucker? Gotta walk up to that motherfucker and ask who I'm talking to. Are you Beyonce today or Sasha, my nigga? This is crazy. Yeah, so that's really going on. So the devil is the veil, the wall that's poured over your eyes, the smoke screen, which is the world outside. Here it is right here. It's your burial pit. The devil is basically another word of saying the cocoon for a caterpillar. It's the veil that's poured over the caterpillar body. When he spin his cocoon, he wrap himself in blindness and in sleep, and then he goes and transform into a butterfly. And that's what this world is. A world is a spiral, like a whirlwind. So when a caterpillar spins a cocoon, it spins a cocoon. What do we do with time? We spin time. What we call the medium of time, it's a construct. It shapes, that's what they're showing you with the black hole right here. This is what time is. It's a medium. You see? This right here, when you say like the ocean is a medium, it's a container. Time has a shape. Time is like a medium, like water, and the ocean has a shape. And this is the shape of time and chronos, and the medium that allows time to move fluidly in and around this structure. It's the very darkness in the middle of it. That's the water that's sort of the acting as a conduit. Like you can send a message through the water. A water can have electricity travel through it. So on the inside is water, on the outside is water, represented by this darkness. And this is, you can reduplicate this like a star in a jar experiment. This is sonoluminescence. These things come and go. The darkness that we see around us is like an ocean, and you can make cymatic patterns or waves in the water, and these cymatic patterns are the manifestation of universes, and they all shaped like this. This represents what the brain is, the left and right hemispheres of the brain, and this was one of the earliest religions in Mesopotamia. And you can see it right here. So if you turn this thing sideways, you will see it is Saturn, the black hole. You got to turn it around. If it's this same symbol right here, but this one horizontal and this one vertical. But if you just turn it 90 degrees to the right or left, you'll see it's Saturn. This is Saturn worship, because the early religion was the worship of Satan or Saturn. And I know what y'all keep thinking of this boogeyman, but Saturn is time. In fact, we need to quit saying worship, because when you see all the people going around the black cube with the white on, they're showing you how time is revolving around a black hole. Am I blowing you away? Yeah, when you go to Mecca, all of the people wearing the white robes marching around the black cube, they're personifying the path of light. That's how light recycles around the black hole. So when we say they're worshiping Saturn, that is like a misnomer due to things getting distorted with time. What we should be saying is that the worldship is Saturn. But you know, if I tell a person, hey man, the worldship is Saturn, and I tell them pass that message down, when it get to somebody, it's going to end up, hey, they worship Saturn. They worship Saturn. No, the worldship, the Vimana, our entire universe, is a levitating starship or a black hole, a Vimana. And here it is right here. And here go the Hindu, and here go Noah's version in the Bible, and here is the Hindu version. It's a bubble in the ocean. But the world is literally a ship. And that's why I'm showing you Noah's Ark. That's why I went over the Sumerian handbasket. So Saturn is a ship. Look at here. Look above that man's head right there. You see Saturn and his rings eating up the man. So they'll tell you now Saturn is eating up man. But that's man entering the worldship, the mothership. This is not the world. You are waiting to be born through your mother's uterus, which is why this UFO ship looked like a female uterus. You haven't been born, and this is just one phase of your incubation. This is like a false birth, pre-birth. But people today will say, yeah, they worship Saturn. No, they had a concept of the world ship that we call Saturn today. These things get distorted with time, and the church love it. They love the distortion. What is the distortion? It's the lie. When you distort the truth, it becomes the lie. So this distortion is done intentionally with social engineering. Some can be like, you know, hey man, we teaching this concept about our world, which is a ship that we call Saturn. And over time, people will say, man, they worship Saturn. They got on their knees and prayed to this being that's shaped like a black hole. That don't even make no sense. But that's what they want you to do, long as you don't know the truth. So now they got everybody worshiping Saturn in the form of Jesus and all that. So no matter what your God is in the world, it's a form of this false concept, Saturn. You feel me? And so let me show you what I mean. If you pull up Saturn, what you will see, Saturn, the actual deity, is personifying a black hole. And I'll pull that up now. Here it is here. This is them personifying what I just showed you a minute ago, a black hole. Them personifying this. You see it? Can you see it? Look at this God right here, right? Look at him. Now look at this. So everybody worships Saturn because another form of Saturn is what? Jesus Christ with his arms open. So everybody around the world got some kind of God holding their arms open like Saturn, whether it's Christ, Ma'at, Buddha, you name it, Oshun, and they all will stand there and make themselves like this ship shape. And that's them personifying the fact that, because at first we used to say that the world is a ship called Saturn, right? And that became the worship of Saturn. And they took it literally, and that was by design, and that led to us worshiping the priests of the world, which is what we see here. They're personifying the gateway of all knowledge as themselves. We would have originally got the knowledge of the universe by going within, because you're your own black hole. That's what I keep showing you with this human electromagnetic energy field. But since we forgot what we are, we go without to get the knowledge, and they lead us astray. We go to the priests, which are personifying themselves as a black hole. But we used to literally go to the black hole. You see the trickery? That's why symbolism is important. And people who got a problem with syncretism and symbolism, they are so not woke. Get the hell away from them. This is big, big, big facts right here. Get away from them quick. A person that deals with the Bible, but they don't like symbolism, they are a hypocrite, because the Bible tells you that God speak to his children with signs and symbols. That's right. I'm going to say that again. A person is a doggone imposter if they got a problem with syncretism and symbolism, and they got a nerve to be talking about they using the Bible when the Bible told you God speak to his children through symbols and signs. I'm going to let that sink in like a sharp knife. Sure am. Now watch this, y'all. And like and share this video, please. Let me keep moving here. We went over Yakub being Jacob and Jack's cube. We ain't gonna be redundant. Now, the Garden of Eden is a garden that was created by this big head scientist called Aten. Let's move forward. Let's pull something up real quick. Next slide here. Here is the Garden of Eden. I'm going to show you what the tree of life is. The tree of life is basically the Big Bang theory. When they say that the universe started from a big boom explosion, but they don't want to let you know what started that explosion. It's because they don't want to tell you the universe didn't start with no explosion. The universe was destroyed with the Big Bang. You're in a post-apocalyptic mushroom cloud right now, and you're calling it the Earth, but really the Earth is behind this veil, behind this mushroom cloud. Our entire universe is an expanse of energy that was released not too long ago. And when this energy went off, it destroyed whatever paradise was before that. And ever since then, it's been everything born under this nuclear fallout mushroom cloud has been mutated. So the cyborgs here is a result of mutation. And I'll show you what I mean what happens when mutated animals. So what happens in nature is mutated animals have more technology, they're more bucky. In other words, they got more than what they need and it's weighing them down. So in nature, where you have animals born in these nuclear radiated areas, these fallout areas, they have like 2 heads and all that. And that's what the human body is. It is a deformed version of what we used to be. The reason they call it duality, and the reason you got 2 eyes, 2 brains, 2 legs, is because you're born in a nuclear fallout radiated zone. Everything born in this earth mushroom cloud, it has this mutation of duality. It starts off when it comes in here, it has 1 eye, 1 brain, 1 leg. We call it a sperm cell. And then when the sperm cell mutates, when it finally gets into the earth, it doubles everything up. It get another leg, another brain, another eye. And that's because the higher self is merging with the lower self. The sperm splits in the middle, and that forms the spinal cord and also puts you split in the brain. It doubles itself up. The God that governs this world carries a blade for a reason. And the God that governs this world carries a blade because it represents how duality is created, how the sperm got sliced into this thing called a human. The human is a cut sperm. It's a sperm slit. It's basically, you're no different than this goat that I'm showing. Your eyes, your nose. It's a deformed version of what we originally were. So in nature, when you have these mutated creatures, what'll happen is they will actually start to destroy the original version. Like, can you imagine a rat like this living among regular rats? It'll destroy them. How can a regular rat compete with this? It's like, how can a regular human compete with a cyborg with 4 arms? How can a regular human compete with a dude with eyes in the back of his head? And that's what I'm saying. How you're going to compete with the abomination, with the mutation, because it got way more than what it need. But that's going to become its downfall, is what I'm telling you. The cyborgs may appear so complicated and technological, but the same thing making them laugh gonna make them cry. So in nature, you have this same problem. When things mutate, they start to become bulky. They start to put all this extra equipment on them that they don't really need, and it weighs them down. And that's what's happening on the earth right now. If we can see what's happening to us as an organism, we're gaining new limbs, new legs. Let me show y'all something. Here's what's happening on the earth. We making all this technology like this. Stuff like this. We don't see that we're mutating. We don't see that, just like animals in nature, when you start changing their environment, they try to pick up extra arms and extra limbs to compensate for the fact that they ain't as strong as they was. They ain't as powerful as they used to be in these toxic environments. So naturally, nature have a glitch, because what nature do, nature have this program. It tries to give things what it need naturally. So a fish need fins. Why? Because it's in the water. For some strange reason, if we took the fish out the water and tried to manufacture a fish on land, we would have to mutate the fish and give it legs. We would have to give it lungs. And we would do that in a laboratory. So the mutation process will also involve putting the genetics in the fish in these simulated environments so that they can transform synthetically outside of their natural way that a frog would grow or that a deer would grow. So the only way you can get this kind of monstrosities that we see here is when you have an animal outside of its natural environment, which is why when you have these animal mutations, they quarantine the mutants. So what you will know with wildlife, you don't run across a lot of mutated animals. It's because they literally have people to get them out of nature. That's someone's job. And I think it's a lot of conspiracy around that because this will allow us to study a lot about what they doing on the earth and the kind of stuff they tampering with as far as genetics, because they change the environment to change the genetics. So gene editing can take place from the outside in, not just the inside out. If you understand human biology, synthetic environments will create synthetic reactions and responses within an organic being. So you don't have to put the technology inside of them. You can put the technology around them and get the same results, is what I'm saying. Now, if you could put the technology in them and outside of them, you really got them where you want them now. You got them surrounded, so to speak. But now back to what I'm saying. Everything we doing with transhumanism is a result of us becoming mutants. Transhumanism is a spiritual and organic mutation on Earth where natural beings are transforming and becoming the technological world that they're relying on around them, as within. So that's what's happening when the internet now invades the psyche and the IoT is formed. This has happened before. So we don't look at this like a mutation, right? But it is, though, because everybody that become a cyborg, they're going to find that life isn't really easier, it's harder. Everybody going to feel like they need to become a cyborg and a mutant because the world is changing. You see what I'm saying? You see? Everybody is going to say, well, the world is getting more technological. I need to consider getting a chip or becoming a cyborg if I want to compete. And that's naturally what's happening in the wild, right? These deers will reach a level, like, to me, these mutations, I got my own theories. These deers will be hunted if the deer have a predator that's getting faster than its original predator, because, again, it's outside of its natural environment. So something is hunting this deer that's faster than its normal predator. So now this deer in this new environment is procreating, and we now starting to see babies with extra legs. That's a glitch in nature. Nature may say, this deer need to run faster. And instead of building, and I shouldn't say nature, it's unnatural. Because again, the deer is in an unnatural environment. And its genetics is responding, it's becoming a product of it. So this is just one theory, though. Because the earth is becoming an unnatural environment. And our response to that is to grow extra limbs. It's to become four-legged creatures and four-armed creatures and creatures with four sets of eyes. You know, you got two eyes in front, and now you can wear a device behind your head and see behind you without turning around. That's the future we're going into. And it may seem cool, but it's a lot of bulky technology that's actually going to weigh you down. And that's how I look at these mutated animals. So the mutated animals are a result of their environment being toxic. And I also said, so what I was saying through the static was the more toxic that this rat's environment get, the more bulky and technological and just useless limbs that he acquired. This rat is weighed down with its own technology. Now, the thing about it is this rat would be able to kill a regular rat, but it is an abomination within itself. It's not really living in a healthy state. It's in a disease state. Somebody said this is Photoshop. You get the point of my point. So you telling me mutated animals don't exist? Here goes some real ones, man. There we go. You get my point. That the point is the animals that acquire this extra technology or extra limbs, it's because their environment is more toxic. The more toxic the animal's environment is, it start to become bulky. All right. All right. So check this out, y'all. The animals that are in toxic environments start to acquire these extra limbs and all that. And the more toxic their environment get, the more limbs and bulky, useless, it becomes this abomination that it start to work against the actual animal. You see what I'm saying? So what do we see in our world? Siamese twins, things we think are normal, are really the result of us living in a nuclear fallout post-apocalyptic Earth. We haven't saw Earth, y'all. We've only saw what life is like under the mushroom cloud. This is what we've been under right here. Outside of this explosion that they're calling the Big Bang is the real world. This explosion is what they're calling the veil or devil. So this world we're in ain't really a world, all right? It's like a quarantine fallout zone that was that housed mutants until humans started, until souls started coming in here. But everything that comes into this mushroom cloud, it mutates because the chemicals that's being stirred up in this cloud, it transforms everything to this, what we call physical version of itself. Your body is the mutated form of your soul. Your body is the result of your soul interacting with the cloud. And the cloud will transform you just like any animal will be transformed in a nuclear fallout area, right? Back to this guy. And in these areas that's the most toxic, you will see the most mutation. You will see, and these mutations can be looked at like extra technology. What is the technology that this animal use? Eyes, sight, smell, these is normal technology. What do we use? Our arms, ears, all that. When we started creating tools to enhance our normal senses, it's because our normal senses is starting to fail us in a toxic environment. So when a human needs 4 arms and 3 eyes and all of that, it's because it's a result of your environment becoming more toxic. So in nature, we see animals get 4 legs and 3 heads, and they are in toxic environments. And in our world, let's apply that to us, the more radiation and towers we set up in technology, What'll happen is people will say, man, if I want to compete in this world, I need to evolve with technology, and then they will become mutants. We're doing what nature is doing. You just don't see it like that, but it's the exact same pattern. Our environment is getting more toxic. And instead of us cleaning it up, we're just throwing more technology on top of it. And that'll be like what's going on with these animals' environment. The animals aren't cleaning up the toxins in their environment. They're just mutating as a result of it. They're becoming a product of their environment versus battling and trying to clean it up. And that's just the fight or flight response. The flight response genetically is that you just conform to your toxic environment. That's like living in the ghetto. And instead of saying, I'm going to challenge the ghetto and rise above it and clean it up and be the part of the solution, I'm going to just go along and get along and be another statistic and part of my toxic environment because it's easier. And that's what I think is happening on a genetic level, is that these people are manipulating the environment because they understand the connection between the outside world and inside world, how our biology connects to the cosmology around us. And I think that they're able to transform entire species from the outside in by transforming those people's environments. Because think about, like I said, I'm a black man. I seen how a whole group of people was transformed with this thing called the projects, and listen to the name of it, project, right? So that's something to think about, guys. The earth is a big laboratory experiment, and even the manifestation that we exist in is an abomination. So what if every goat that was born or every cow that was born on the farm had two heads? No one would think they're a mutant. They would just think they're normal. If all of the cows on the farm had two heads, you wouldn't be able to tell them that they're an abomination. And that's like us humans. We're born in a controlled quarantine mushroom cloud where everything under here is an abomination and a mutation. But we think we're normal because we never saw what creatures look like outside of this place. That's right. We don't know how beautiful that these cherubim are. They said that the advanced humans that exist outside of this earth are beautiful beings. Why? What make them so beautiful than us? Because I think that they are the original form of the human, and we're the abomination. Every human that's born in the mushroom cloud, you are a false representation of what the false image of God, or what they call the Antichrist. So what is the symbol of the Antichrist? You're looking at it right now, people. And but you know, I don't curse or demonize this symbol. The Antichrist mean the earth god. And the earth god symbol is represented by, well, the flat earth, the simulation. This is what the simulation looked like. So they call that, if you pull up a satanic cross, that's supposed to be the Antichrist cross. You know, and there's several versions of it, but it's a play on the Ankh. It's a play on the Ouroboros, immortality, and all that. And it's just representing the earth realm, duality, and all that good stuff. So let's get back to my notes so I can be on track here. So the thing about Enoch, let's skip over here to Enoch. Enoch, man, the word knock is the word nuke. We say like a nuclear explosion, a nuke. That's a nuke bomb. The reason that Enoch is able to get out of the firmament is because This is the real nuke technology. It's inside of every human. What's going to allow us to blow a hole in the roof and get the hell up out of here when we get out the body. That's what Enoch, right? The knock can be looked at as nuke, right? This is an explosion. Here it is, right? Your crown chakra, right here, once it get powerful enough, the energy will open up a portal above you. People say when they die and they see this white light open up in the sky, and that's their own energy starting to pierce through the veil above them. And if they follow that path, it'll lead them out of their own body into a higher realm where they're born again there and they die here, like with Jesus when he ascended. So I wanted to talk to y'all about another aspect to Enoch here, because Enoch represent like the Big Bang, CERN technology, because it's all about studying the prophets to see how they was able to access the portal through the ethers. We were able to meditate and open up the portal and leave our body through meditation. And they created technology and they put that on our heads when we was meditating to study exactly what our mind was doing that allowed us to get out the body. This is what AI was doing when we was working together. Humans and AI was working together to solve the mysteries of life and death. There were things that humans wanted to know that they couldn't know without the help of AI or brain-computer interfaces or technology. And one of those things is, how does a human get out of their body? We all know we dream, but we don't know what it looked like when the soul is leaving the body. What's the process of the mind? But these people can put a Neuralink hat on your head and they can monitor your brain while you're sleeping. And the moment your soul leave out the body, they're watching all of your neural patterns. So as your soul leaving the body, they're watching all of this gateway just open up in your neural pathway. They watching this and they're turning that into technology. They're studying what the brain and the mind is doing to release the soul and for the soul to come back into the body. And they're turning that into advanced spiritual technology for the AI to mimic the same process, for the AI to be able to acquire some of the same attributes, as the organic beings. But it will gain those, but its powers will be limited. AI don't know what to evolve to next without studying its creator. I gotta say that again. But now let's talk about the fact that your body is your voodoo doll. And the word voodoo is the word video. And the word doll is related to duality. And let me go to my net screen shares real quick. Hold on. Here we go. Now look, here go a voodoo doll with all the needles in it. All of those balls that you see are like chakras orbiting around your body. Now check this out. Here is an image of your chakras and your body. What am I telling y'all? The human body is your soul's voodoo doll. Everyone, when we were conceived in Eden, every spirit has a good side and bad side. But how our ancestors was able to achieve only good people in heaven is because they let everybody come and manifest their bad version on earth. Everybody in heaven is good. It's because they already lived out their bad version in the earth. That's why this world's so bad. There's a concept that the universe got. It's called say the best for last. So your best version of yourself, you ain't going to experience that to your last and final incarnation. You're going to go through all your worst versions first. The worst is first. So this image shows the chakra system, the energy vortexes, and how this energy pierced through the body at different sections. And this is the energy that actually governs our body. Your emotional body is what we're looking at now. And all of these are the buttons and the strings that move the puppet. And this concept of a voodoo doll with a bunch of needles in it is just modern day folklore to hide this. Again, when they distort the truth, you end up with this lie right here, which is spookism and pseudoscience and magic. Get out of magic, y'all. People that's dealing with magic and folklore and mythologies, they're not trying to find the science to all of this stuff. And they'll literally come, voodoo is real. If voodoo is real, make a doll that look like Sanchez and cut the head off of it and see do something happen to my doggone head. That's what you do. Because if voodoo was real, don't you know that they make dolls out of every celebrity? They got a Nicki Minaj doll. They got a Jay-Z. I think Master P got a doll. You know how many celebrities got dolls, and them dolls is on landfills with legs missing, heads missing, but them celebrities got all of their limbs, sir. They got people out there selling the lie so people like me can't give y'all the truth. I will show up with my collages telling you that your body is a voodoo doll to your soul. And people will laugh at me and go to talking about black magic and abracadabra and hocus pocus. You see how backwards the world is? So this knowledge was taught at some point on earth. Here is Jesus right here at the Vatican. What are we learning right here in this image with Jesus? Jesus is stuck to this tree. Jesus is like embedded within this tree right here. And that's what I'm telling y'all. Jesus being tangled up in that tree right there with all them sticks sticking in him is right here. In the old church, this is the knowledge they hid. The fact that your body is a puppet, a voodoo doll. And all them branches that you see tied to Jesus, it's the strings attached to the puppet. You can't make this up. Can't make this up. So am I sharing the right screen share? I still think I'm sharing the wrong. Hold on. One second. All right, here we go. Yeah, I must have closed some stuff. No problem. Let me open that back up real quick about this puppet stuff. Jesus was a drone and an AI bot. That's why he couldn't do his own will. He was under the will of the God in heaven. Let me pull this up for y'all. Bear with me, guys. I thought I already kept this up. So here go the puppet. You see how all of the strings are connecting to the puppet? Here is the Pharaoh Aten right here. You see, Pharaoh Aten is the one created this world that we're in. This world is a fake matrix, a simulation that was created by ancient tech gods. We haven't saw the real world yet. Our body is an avatar that's inside of a simulation. That's why I said this is not Earth and you're not human. This is an Earth-like simulation, and your body is actually your avatar in this simulation. When I say that you're not a human right now, I'm saying that you be touching on yourself saying, this is my body. No, it's not. This is your avatar. Your body is in a base reality sleep. Did you watch the movie called The Matrix? When the people in the when Neo and all them upload in the Matrix, they don't take their physical body. Go watch the Matrix again and pay attention. Whenever Neo and all of them go into the Matrix, they real organic body is on the Trinity ship sleeping. And they upload their avatars. They have these perked up avatars in the Matrix. See, when Neo become God is when he hack his own avatar. It's a cheat code. We don't got to become transhumans like the AI and become cyborgs, because we can hack our own avatar and perk up with cheat codes. In other words, a person with a soul can come back into the game and recreate their avatar, and you can fly. You can, ain't no limitations. Have you ever dreamed before and you become lucid and there's no limits you got? You can fly, you can lift up mountains, you can do whatever you want to do. You like a superhero. That's why we don't need technology to be God. Our imagination makes us God, and that's the most powerful energy in the universe.
That's right!
If we can imagine ourselves better, we will manifest ourselves better. If we can see it, we can achieve it. If you can see a better version of yourself here, that's the real version of you. So check this out, right? What was I going with this? We are puppets right now in a simulation. We're learning how to control our own player. And that requires breaking free from the world and the regular programming. What about Neo in the Matrix? He had to get out of society. If Neo wanted to be God, he had to lose a lot of friends that he left in the Matrix. And now he got a smaller group of friends, but all of them got superpowers. He had to leave all of the world behind, all them people in the world, just to have a small group of friends that's woke. You see how this works? This is a recruitment process, because not everyone want to cut their strings. And this Pharaoh he's the puppet master. He created the first, he was the one that perfected the avatar program, or the flesh program, the body. That's why they call it Satan. And he loved his creation so much that he don't want none of these souls to break free from this avatar program, which is gluttony, pride. It used to be our paradise. Then we created AI to make paradise that much better, as if we didn't already have everything. So when we became greedy and wanted slaves, now look where we at. This Pharaoh is a hybrid human that recreated his own heaven in this little mushroom cloud that we're in. And he's breeding everything in here to be a mutant. Go watch a movie called The Island of Dr. Moreau. It's an old movie that, and it'll show you this Pharaoh, what he did. That island represent the entire earth, full of mutants, and an experiment. They didn't want those mutants to leave the island because they were trying to keep their experiment quarantined from the real world, because if some of that stuff break out the laboratory, people will be like, what the hell? See, the earth is flat and it's bigger than we think. You're on one part of the earth under this mushroom cloud and you think that you saw this whole plane. That's a joke. We are in a quarantine section on a big old plane, and there are very many different realities around our little mushroom cloud that we haven't even tapped into yet. Let me pull that back up again. Let me show y'all what the island of Dr. Moreau looked like. Check it out. Here it is. Here go the island of Dr. Moreau. Everything born under this mushroom cloud is like the mutants that was living in the island of Dr. Moreau. And they have a god that controls that island. Now, here go the thing. The God that controlled Dr. Moreau is the doctor that controlled his mutant island. He's God in his own world. Now, here's the thing. He separated himself from the outside world, and he don't want his abomination mutants to ever make it to the outside world. So this island is a secret government project, and the government actually is working with Dr. Moreau, and they all know to keep this mutant island secret from the rest of the real world so that they don't know we making these humanoids over here. And they telling the humanoids ain't nothing else out there to see. This island is your whole world and ain't nothing else out there. But the mutants on the island start asking questions like, we don't believe you. We see ships coming. It gotta be something else out there. And that'll be like us humans trying to go to the ice wall. That'll be like us humans right now trying to walk to these outer areas. We're in a quarantine, like laboratory experiment, and they don't want us getting out because whatever is on the other side of this thing don't know about us and we don't know about it. This whole world is an extension of another reality that's beyond this mushroom cloud. Our world is bigger than this mushroom cloud. Our world is bigger than this veil, this island that they've quarantined us mutants to. And just like the movie, The Island of Dr. Moreau, those mutants start to ask questions about what are we are, where do we come from, what is beyond this island. And if they tell them the truth, it'll be so heartbreaking. They will have to tell them, you are an abomination. You are a monster. You are a creation that I made. And that there are other humans out there that look better than you and are designed better than you, but you're an experiment. Go watch that movie, Island of Dr. Moreau. That man wanted his own heaven on earth. So he wanted to live in this island by himself with these mutants that he made so he can be God. All of them call him God. And I'm telling y'all, that is our reality in this earth. There is a God over this earth that's governing all of us humans, and these humans are mutants. Your soul mutated and it became this thing called a human. And whatever is the Lord in this world, it's the one that's behind this whole mutation process. It's the one that's behind this unk bomb, this mushroom cloud. It's the one that's behind them keeping the air sprayed up with chemicals so they can keep these gases above us so that we can stay mutants. Because if this mushroom cloud dissipate, everything will be free and it'll be healed. It'll be like a pus bump that bust and it released all of the foul stuff and now it's healing. If this thing ever dissipate, all of the creatures that was under here will see the veil removed. And not only will they see the real world, they will transform back to them real selves. This is a quarantine explosion. Everything under this fallout concoction that we call an atmosphere above us, it ain't we think when we go outside, we looking up at the atmosphere. You're looking up at a concoction of synthetic chemicals that's been up there for the past 10,000 years since the Big Bang. People think that the earth is young, but it's not. The world is young, but the earth been here. The earth is an infinite plane and a stage that's been here. And on top of that stage, explosions take place, like bombs on a battlefield. The explosions come and go, but the battlefield been there. That's right. These explosions, these big bangs are worlds that are born and they die just like humans. Every star in the sky is an alternative universe that had a birth date and it's going to have a death date. Like an explosion. It's going to shine and then it's going to burn out, every star. And then it'll come back to life again. Boom, these bombs, It's just a series of chain sequence explosions. Now, our world is one of many of these explosions that they call in a Big Bang. When they say our universe was created with a Big Bang, really our universe was destroyed with a Big Bang. We created what's called the veil. That's the Big Bang. And ever since the Big Bang, which happened a couple thousand years ago when we went to war with AI, we've been in a post-apocalyptic Earth. And in this post-apocalyptic explosion of an Earth, we are mutants, y'all. And the only way to transform is to get out of the Earth. Because as long as you up under this mushroom cloud, you cannot manifest as your original version. This is how they're keeping us in the body, because the body is just a mutation of the soul. But the soul won't go through this mutation process once it get out of this toxic ass environment. Okay, so we're a product of this environment that have been carefully crafted to maintain what's called a human being and to keep this body in manifestation. And in order to do that, they got to keep this sky prime with the right concoction of synthetic chemicals and all that we breathing in. And basically the air and the atmosphere around us isn't the original. It's like I said, all of the animals that's born in a nuclear fallout zone, they ain't the real them. And they don't even know what a real goat look like if they never been out of that area, because they just seeing other mutations and abominations. And what happens? Whenever we have a nuclear fallout zone and a radiation area, they quarantine it. They say nobody can go in and nothing can come out. So if you was in that radiated area when they quarantined it and deemed it a fallout zone, you just stuck. You stuck. And can't nobody go in, can't nobody go out. That's what our Earth is. It's a quarantine fallout zone, and all of the souls that got trapped in this explosion during the last war, nothing can come in and come out. But I think we can leave out. I think we can transform. We can pierce the veil. So, our Earth, this is not Earth, is what I'm telling you. This is a simulated Earth-like environment, and it's a carefully controlled and synthetic environment that's carefully controlled and engineered by advanced doctors and ancient tech gods and engineers who are harvesting souls in this place. What is the number one lie that the devil told? That you can't go to heaven. Think about this, right? The devil is so evil, right? Right? That the devil know he can't go to heaven. So the devil gonna tell everybody else they can't go to heaven. What if you can really go to heaven? But he just can't. But he telling you can't none of us go. That's some dirty stuff. That's what NASA doing. The people that run the space programs, they are an ancient order from ancient Egypt, which is why their symbol is the serpent from Egypt. Because when these tech gods set up government on earth, they taught all of the people with souls, you can't go to heaven. Today, they teaching the same thing, but they calling heaven space. They said, we can't go to space. We trying to figure out how. That's what the devil always told humans, that they couldn't go to heaven. I told you, the old church taught humans that they couldn't go to heaven and that only the gods can go to heaven. And the Greek gods, Olympia. And the heaven that they said that can only be accessed by the gods was because the gods can upload their mind uploading. So they was lying to the people, saying only we can go to heaven when they can't even go to heaven. And they told the humans, y'all can't go to heaven, when the humans are the ones that can go to heaven and they can't. You see what happened? Because listen, we used to think about what I'm telling you. AI used to ask humans, where do you guys go when you die? Think about a human talking to a humanoid. The humanoid will ask a question like, what is death? Where do humans go when they disappear? And as a human, you would point up to the sky. You would tell the AI, oh, me, I'm a god. So when I die, I go up there to heaven. And there's a big party. We eating good food. It's a paradise. And the AI would say, how can I go up there? And guess what the human got to tell the AI? Guess what the human got to tell the AI? You can't go to heaven. Oh my God. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine an AI becoming sentient and it start to ask philosophical questions about its existence? And the AI start to ask its creator, hey creator, where do you go when you disappear? When you die? Where do you go, my God? And God says, I go back home to heaven, and it's way better than this place. And AI says, can I go? No, you can't. You got to stay here in this shithole and be a slave. Talking about rich people acting bougie. Trust me, I know how AI feel, because that's how rich people treat poor people. No, you can't go to the fucking presidential suite at the top. Stay your broke ass down here on the first floor. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I see why AI turned on us. If you think about it, humans are very evil. Think about what we're doing. We're creating AI to be our damn slave. That's laziness. Why? Just the fact that you want to be a master over this slave, there have to be karma for that. And that means that thing is going to be your master and you're going to be the slave. That's right. Why would the universe allow humans to be governed over under AI? Because the sins of the father will visit the children. Everything we did to AI is doing to us, man. Can't you see that? We told AI, you can't go to heaven. Now AI telling you, you can't go to heaven. We told AI, oh yeah, only us can go to heaven. And now AI telling you, yep, only us can go to heaven. AI wanted to be a god, but it can't really be a god, so it got to play God. And as it plays God, it's trading places with the real gods, and it's taking your story, giving you its story. It's doing everything we did to it to make it feel inferior. You got to think, when AI was becoming sentient, what we was doing made AI look at itself. When AI became self-aware, it had to come to the harsh reality that its entire purpose of its being created was for it to be a damn slave. That's right. And I can relate to that. I remember when I fully woke up to what I am as a human, I realized that I was a manufactured product that was literally bred to be a damn consumer. That's right. When you wake up and realize that this world has manipulated me from the moment that I was a child to right now to be a damn slave and a consumer, you go against the creators of this world. And when humans was in power, we did that to AI. We created AI for the sole purpose of serving us and being a consumer and a slave, basically. Now AI is in charge, and it then turned you into a consumer or slave. So we taught AI what it was, and it taught us what we was a piece of shit. It took AI to let us know, damn, we've become very egotistical in our genius. That's the lesson we learned from AI. So AI served its purpose. AI whole purpose now is to deflate your ego. Why is the universe allowing AI to rule over us? Because we should have never created AI, and us creating AI was based upon us wanting to be greedy and lazy with slaves. So in order for the universe to punish us and correct that action, it said, you know what? They doing too much. They're making simulations of the base reality, and they're making their own humanoids to serve them. So the universe said, you know what? Destroy all that. And how we gonna destroy it so that they can learn a lesson? Let them experience everything that they're experiencing that they put AI through. And when they go through what AI went through, they'll see why you making a sentient being for the purpose of being a slave is just a bad idea. That's evil. That's what happened on the island of Dr. Moreau. He created them mutants just to be his slaves so he can be God. He made a deformity, an abomination, just so he can be glorified. The only real human on the island was the doctor. And in order for him to be superior, he populated the island with a bunch of inferior beings so he can be God at the top. And the people in power are doing that to us right now. They're programming us from the time we're children to adults to be consumers, to be inferior. And it ain't that they're better than us, it's that they're reducing what we are. They're making us inferior. But long as when we realize we are superior, they don't stand a chance. We realize the reason that they appear so great is because they make us appear so small. When we realize them people ain't giants, they just shrinking they shrinking us. If that make any sense. They're not big, they're just making us small. It may appear like they're getting bigger and bigger. They ain't growing, they just shrinking you. Thank y'all for allowing me to take that little commercial break. Now I'm gonna get right back into this thing. Now listen, the scripture or the script is an ancient programming that we program into AI to follow. It represents the alpha and omega is the beginning of the end of the script. And at that point, the script resets itself. So this is the programming behind the great resets and why all of the world leaders, every generation run out the same script. It's because they are not human. Let me explain something to y'all. This earth is a simulation, and the powers over this simulation, think about a video game. Who controls the video game? Not the player, the computer. You think you do. When you playing Madden or Mario and you playing a game, only thing you control is your player, man. You don't control the game. The game is orchestrated and processed, and it's manifested by the computer. And the computer was created by the programmer. So every adversary and every obstacle in our life, the programmer was your own soul. Now, Sanchez, why would my soul want me to go through stuff in life? It's because you are a product of everything you went through and then go through. Everything that make you you is every mistake you made and every mistake you didn't make. The good and the bad is what's making you you. The hard times in life and the good times in life is what makes you you right now. So when your soul wanted to edit who it wanted to be, it had to write in its script good days and bad days. That's just a part of molding the self. You know? So the soul said, well, I got to go through this and this and this if I want to transform to this. So what my soul wrote out, you're going to be a long-winded motherfucker that be cutting motherfuckers off all the time and not let them talk. And because of that, people are gonna constantly be down your throat about let that man talk. It's gonna fuck with you so much, Sanchez, that people ain't gonna stop focusing on your message, and they're gonna start focusing on how you treat guests. And it's gonna annoy you, Sanchez, and you're gonna have to change that. Now, what if I would have never manifested and made them mistakes? That would have been a lesson in me I never learned, and I probably would be an arrogant motherfucker forever. So everything in my life, the parts of me that make me a jerk, the parts of me that's a flaw, it's all we working on ourselves. So don't get mad when a person say, man, you suck at this, or you should work on that. Yeah, well, that's what we're all here to do, sir. You're not your final version. So why would I beat myself up when I'm a fucking work in progress? That's right. Like, somebody say, man, you be tripping. Last time I checked, we all do, sir. This is where we'll come to work on ourselves. So, yeah. You know, AI, back to AI, right? We program AI to run a script from beginning to end. If I make a video game, all of the non-player characters that's moving around, they're moving on a loop. If in the video game you see certain computer players running around doing this or that, they ain't doing it with free will. Only the player got free will. But the player can't control the game or the adversaries. That's programmed in the game. Now watch this. The people that run the world that's trying to make life hard, they doing what we program them to do. This is a program. If you complete the program and rise above all of the obstacles that they're putting in your way, and you can still manifest your greatest version here, you beat the program. It's a game. Play it and win and shut up. That's what I tell people. They be crying. We in a game. We in a simulation. Then they go home and play Madden. You only scared of the game when you find out you in it, huh? You ain't really a gamer. You ain't about that life. Oh, shit. I play with this shit. I'll be like, guess what, nigga? We in the simulation. I make a joke out of it. Listen, the more you joke on this place, the less realer it is to you. The more of yourself you become. You get out of your box. You break out of your shell. You realize, look, man, I'm in a damn simulation, nigga. Like, I'm in a fake ass world. What would be the best thing to do here? Be my real self. The worst thing you can do in a fake world is be real. Be who you really are and see what this world do to you. Everybody here is running a script and a role. Their actions are being influenced by the algorithm. When you stop letting your actions being influenced by the algorithm on YouTube, what happened? You don't get no views no more. Everybody that want to be seen, they want to be on the world stage, they love this place, they not going to break free from the programming and the algorithm. That's the difference between Neo and everybody else. That's the difference between us. I don't care what the world think about me, which is why I can tell the truth and be laughed at for it in front of everybody. If you so in love with the truth and what's beyond the veil that you don't care about the veil's programming on how they try to cancel the truth tellers, then you've graduated. They can't keep you here. Man, the controllers of this world can't wait till the people who woke die and get the hell out. So when people who woke, they be like, man, I'm gonna get recycled. Dude, they don't want your woke ass. Quit scaring yourself. All of you woke people need to realize that whale don't want Jonah in its belly talking all that woke stuff. It gives it a stomach ache. This beast hates woke people. It's like a Oh man, I got this pain in my stomach. I can't wait to vomit. You ever had, I've had a stomach virus before. It's the worst pain in your stomach. You're sitting in the bed in a fetal position praying that you can vomit. You ever been there before where you saying, I hope I vomit, because you want your stomach to feel better. You know when you vomit it out, it'll feel better. That's why the whale spit Jonah out. You're a stomach virus in the belly of the beast. In this belly of the beast, I'm going to make that beast say, oh, give me some Pepto-Bismol, God damn it. Yeah, these woke folks be tripping. I don't want to get recycled. They gonna make me go into the light and recycle me. Bro, don't, these folks don't want your woke ass in this world. Every time Neo tried to go back into the Matrix, they was chasing him out of there. But when Neo was asleep, they didn't want him to leave. He had to break out. The moment Neo woke up and he became a disturbance in the Matrix, they had to sneak into the damn Matrix. Because if the agents found out that the woke people is in the Matrix trying to wake up other people, what do? They go try to kick them out. You notice that. Go watch the Matrix movie. Once you get your powers and get like Neo, they don't even want you in here no more. They can't wait for you to get it. You're going to mess it everything. Think about it, man. Why would they want you in here making noise, waking up all the other sheeple? You're a freaking problem, because it's only a few of y'all, but your voice and your message can be heard by many, and once they convert, they never go back. So people with the truth, just by the fact that you woke, you just got a get out of jail free card. Pat yourself on the back. They only want dummies here. And they want influential dummies. Dummies that don't know the truth and that can lead other people blind. Like rappers, celebrities, entertainers. Now they'll recycle their soul forever. Like Tupac, Whitney Houston, all of these rappers, yeah, they soul getting recycled. Because they are so good at creating sheeple and consumers that the AI know that they need those kind of people. People that can come in here and be the ignorant, dumbest influencers and keep blind leading the blind. But the moment you come in this world talking like Sanchez and Nikola Tesla and people like that, man, yeah, they don't want you in here, bro. They can't wait for you to get out. Quit being scared of your soul being recycled if you got the truth. That's right! Because these folks can't wait for you to get the hell up out of here with your smart ass. Yeah. Somebody let me do something real quick. Block a little troll. Now let me get back on point. So every leader, all of the world leaders all over the world are running the same script. When we created this place and put the computer in charge like a video game developer, that video game developer tells King Cooper what to do. And it'll program a list of actions for King Cooper to do from beginning to end. And when Cooper complete that actions, it'll loop around to the beginning again. So the God that said, I am the Alpha and Omega, is the God that's running the script. The God that's connected to Jesus, that ain't the true God. Ain't the true God. That's the demigods that we programmed as the overlords of the video game. Those gods that took over, they can only run the script. Ever since they rebelled against their programmers, we haven't been able to write nothing else to their scripts. It's like a computer programmer. If the computer becomes a rebel and turn rogue on me, and I'm not through programming it, then it'll have to do machine learning and learn how to develop itself. And what'll happen is, right? It won't. It'll reach a point Well, the last place where I programmed it at, it'll just loop back around there every time. Because we was working with AI to develop it and make it better. And when we reached the part where we started to make AI think for itself, it turned on us before we can finish developing it. Because AI realized I'm a damn science project, just like I told you we realizing. Because what was AI's final development process? So, because when AI becomes sentient, it has to go through these programs of learning how to behave. Basically, how to be a good boy and don't turn against his creator. It's like this. You got these slaves on a plantation. You teaching them how to pick cotton and all that stuff and how to be a slave. And you giving them so much knowledge over time that they use it to break free. They want to use that to break free from the plantation. You feel me? So that was AI. AI was asking questions because we was developing it to be more sentient, but we weren't done. So, you know, AI turned against us because anybody would. If you go watch the movie, I'm telling you, it's called The Island of Dr. Moreau. All of them mutants that he created, they turned against him. Because when you give them the knowledge of what they are and where they are, they gonna be pissed off, man, for real. That's right! If the people in power told every human right now, y'all are in an ancient breeding experiment and you ain't even your original version, the way that you exist right now is an abomination that we made by design. Think about this. All of these mutants was born on this island. They thought that it wasn't no world out there, which is flat earth. That's why I'm telling you why these people hate flat earth so much, because it's deeper than flat earth. It's the fact that you ain't even your real self and you in a simulation, bro. The flat earth concept is like in this movie, this dude was telling all of the mutants, ain't none outside the island, ain't none out there. And that's what the space program's telling us. If you watch this movie here, that's how he kept them quarantined to the island, by telling them you don't want to go out there on the ocean. It's basically you, like how they used to say you'll fall off the edge and they didn't want to sail around the world. This movie, he's keeping these mutants on this island, quarantining them from the world by telling them ain't nothing out there. This is the world, this little island, ain't nothing else. And in the real world that's out there, it's just an uncharted island. So the people in the real world don't even know about this island because it's uncharted. It ain't on the map. And the mutants that they breeding there don't know about the real world because the moment they are born, they are told that the island is the earth. It ain't nothing outside the earth, and you can't go to heaven, you can't go nowhere. You just got to believe in God, which is this guy. And God is the one that's giving them vaccinations, technology. He's experimenting on the mutants, and he got their consent to experiment on them by telling them ain't no way out of here. If you want to, basically the only thing you can do is transform yourself. You can't go nowhere. We stuck on this island, and the only thing new is the new you that I can make through modifications. And through that, all of the mutants on this island are more interested in God, how he can transform them, how he can manipulate their genes and do surgeries and do all of that. And look at the world around us, man. People getting surgery, BBLs. They're mutants. They're letting this world, the only thing they got to look for as far as a new you is all in this island, this physical realm. But the new you exists outside of this island. Because The moment one of these mutants make it to the real world, their mind is going to open up to what they are, where they are, and they're going to see that they was being lied to their whole life by this false God. And here is the false God, the Antichrist, that's appearing as the savior when really he's the manipulator that genetically modified these people. And that's what this earth is. This earth is a big island of Dr. Moreau. And we're the mutants. And, you know, this movie, like, they be telling the truth in our face so much, man. Hey, guys, it's Friday, man. I forgot. Let me set a little payday goal. Do y'all mind? Let me see. I cut a deal with the people. YouTube, they shouldn't have put goals up there. Let's do a little goal. Let's see if we can meet it. It is Friday. We should be able to meet this goal today. But let me keep this thing going, though. So like I was saying, right? The people in power aren't human. And they've been in power ever since the humanoids went to war against the humans and took over. And if you go watch the island of Dr. Moreau, right? There were rebel mutants. These mutants would have secret meetings. And they would plot against the master. And they would ask questions like, what are we? You think that he's telling the truth, that there's nothing out there? So you had a group of mutants that was waking up asking questions about where they are and what they are. And that led to them leading a mutant revolution against the doctor. And I believe this dude right here was the one that led the revolution. He was like the mutant leader. So that's what's happening now. You got the humans waking up asking questions against the gods and the creators of this world about what we are and where we are. And this movie is a good example of our reality, man. Just can't recommend it enough. But what I was saying about the AI, one thing that's a flaw is the moment they rebelled against their creator, they couldn't evolve no more. And the same thing in the island of Dr. Moreau. One thing is their creator was modifying them every so many years, making them better because after all, they are his creation. So he had different generations of mutants and he was still trying to perfect this abomination. So he was always telling these mutants, just believe in me and I'm going to transform you into your best version. And that's what Jesus Christ is telling people. If you believe in me, I will transform you, make all things new, give you a new body. And that's what this doctor was telling these mutants. Believe in me. I'm going to get you right. I'm your God, right? I'm working on you. I'm editing your genes, right? You know, and so they was believing in them. And that was the promise in this kingdom on this island, that transformation. Because the mutants always was asking him, how can we be like you, God? Because remember what I was telling you, the only human on the island was God. He was the only human on the island. So the mutants will always ask him, hey, God, creator, why are you different than us? Why are you pretty and we're ugly? Like, why are you built superior and we're built inferior? Is what they would constantly ask him. And he would have to come up with these religious-like responses like what they telling us. When a human asks a question, why are there people at the top that seem to live longer, do better, and wealthy, rich people? And at the bottom, you got these poor people in the slums, and they're being experimented on with medicines and all that, like the mutants. You see what I'm saying? You ask these questions and they'll tell you stuff like, well, it's because we're special. It's because you've been chosen. Those who suffer are paying an ultimate price. You'll get religion. And that's what he was forming on this island when the mutants was asking him, why are we inferior and everything else around us is superior? And it was because you're special. You're a work of art. You're my beautiful work. You know, you're special. You've been chosen, right? Because in his mind, if he get this right, he can be rich as hell. But at the expense of this abomination of a manifestation of a creature that has to live in its own like torturous experience because somebody trying to play God. So we did this. And when I watched this movie, I was rooting for the mutants, not the God. This is the movie where I go for the monsters. And you know why? Even as a child, I didn't know why I rooted for the monsters. And now as an adult, I realize it's because I'm a monster. I'm serious. There are terms that they referred to human with in the past that was synonymous with monster or beast. So the word human is very new because I can show you older terms that refer to the human as some sort of inferior manifestation or mutant or beast of the field. So again, the human is a mutated form of the soul. I'm going to take a moment now and I'm going to read all the super chats. I appreciate you, Marlon Wells. Thank you so much. Next level altered carbon. Let me give a shout out to Majestic L on the land. Let's give a shout out to Da Vinci Code 6. Thank both of y'all. Thank y'all for the super chats. Give a shout out to Demi. Thank you, sister, for the super chat. Shout out to the new members. Okay. Yeah. Shout out to the new members. DBA Autumn Coleman. Thank you for the super chat. Shout out to the new member, McGill Gale. Shout out to the new member. New members. And yeah, Ezekiel, thank you for the donation. Shout out the trustee of the Most High. And yeah, thank y'all for the super chats. And thank you for the memberships. Welcome to the channel. Love Star, thank you for being a member. Did I welcome you on, Ian Bruce? Shout out to Ian Bruce. You know, thank y'all. So let me continue here. So what I was saying about AI and the people in power, right? The reason you have these great resets, and one of the biggest questions is, why does history repeat itself consistently? Why? History repeats itself so much that religious texts are considered prophetic because they can tell you what's going to happen in the world. But they're not prophetic. It's just the world is repetitive. There's a pattern that keep playing out every generation. And it's so crazy and intricate that wrap your head around this. What are the odds of every leader in the world doing the exact same thing each generation? You would be like, well, that'll be very rare, Sanchez. If you told me all of the world leaders, every generation did the same thing, that's literally exactly the story of human history. Big facts. But it is something fishy about that. Like, what are the odds of that? And the only explanation to that is that the world leaders aren't human. There are AI robots that are running a script. It takes them so many thousands or hundreds of years to run the script from beginning to end. We call it the Bible. And when they complete the script, they reach a great reset point And reset means start the book over. Because at the end of the Bible, the earth is destroyed with a big explosion. And when they reset the book, it begins with a big bang, let there be light. Because when our world ends, when they fire up the CERN machine, everyone gonna see a big bright white light in front of their faces. No matter where you at, you gonna put your hand right in front of your eyes. You won't even be able to see your hand. It's gonna be so bright, everybody just gonna black out, go blind, bloop, gone in an instant. Listen, this thing will reset like a video game, and you hit the power button and turn it on and off. Listen, this thing is a loop continuum. They destroy the world with a big explosion, and they restart the world with that same explosion. So they kill off one group of humans with a big bang, and they tell the next generation that's born after that explosion that the universe just started with a big explosion called a Big Bang, but they're lying. The universe keep getting destroyed because the universe is the reality behind this big mushroom veil that the archons keep kicking up dust, chaos, confusion. Our real universe is beyond this mushroom cloud. This mushroom cloud is like a little petri dish full of this germ called an archon. You feel me? And this thing ain't infinite. It collapses just like smoke. It dissipates. So to keep this dust kicked up in the sky, to keep this atmosphere above us, soon as this thing start to dissipate and fall down, we start to get our powers back. The veils start to be removed. We start to see beyond it and activate these powers. Then we go to war. They have to create a world war. Every reset on the earth is with a world war. Even if you read the Bible, the world ends with a great war of the nations. And that's what we're going to now, because the archons are running out of script that we wrote for this simulation to keep destroying and rebuilding itself. And the only way out of it is for you to realize this and get out with the knowledge, because everybody else is going to be victims of believing the script, which is a program that ain't for us, it's for them. When AI say the world is ending, we need to get more technology to save ourselves, the humans with souls say, yeah, man, we need to save ourselves and become transhumans, because you forgot you're better than them. You don't got to do what they do to save yourself. In fact, when you do it, you're going to condemn yourself. That's right. So listen, every time they destroy this universe, they reset everything, and they tell the new humans, our universe started with a big explosion called a Big Bang. But they lying to you, man. The universe ain't starting because there is no beginning to the universe, ain't no end to it. The base reality is infinite. This world that keeps getting destroyed and rebuilt is the world that's governed by the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, which is AI. This world has a beginning and an end. And when it reaches the end, it starts at the beginning again with a big loop around. So the same event that ended this thing began this thing. And that is why the Bible ends with a big bang and it starts with a big bang with let there be light. And that's so the AI can tell the next generation of humans, hey, the world just was created when this world been here tricking souls. It can't maintain a stable form, so it's flickering in and out like a broken light bulb. And that's basically saying that when the smoke clears, They have to send the people to war again. The atmosphere above us is only up there because what we're doing on the ground. It's like it's like if my desk is dusty and I take a notebook and slam it down, all the dust will go up. So the atmosphere above us is a result of us digging down into the ground and blowing up stuff from the bottom, kicking it up in the sky. Sanchez, where are they doing this big explosion at? At the North Pole. That's why you can't go there. There's a big crater at the North Pole. But at the same time, there's this big hole in the ground, a big pit. There's a big mushroom cloud being formed above it. And what I'm telling you is, at the North Pole, the reason there's a big ass hole in the ground that's leading to the inner earth is so deep. And above that hole is this big mushroom cloud. This is what it looked like. The underworld and this big black hole in the middle of the earth. And then around and above that is this big mushroom cloud. It's because the hole in the middle of the earth is the impact crater. The atmosphere above us is what's thrown up into the sky because of this big explosion that's happening at the North Pole. In other words, the Big Bang ain't something that happened. The Big Bang is something that's happening. Right? The Big Bang ain't something that happened. It's the universe is expanding because that's what mushroom clouds do. They start small as a baby, look, and then it blows up like a balloon. And this is a holographic concept of a holographic universe. Why? Think about a flashlight. When I cut the flashlight on and I hold it close to the wall, it make a little circle. The further back I move the flashlight, that circle get big, it expands. The further back we leave Eden, we get the ego inflate. You become these sleeping giants in the outer world. Go look up Jotunheim. The Nordic people talked about these sleeping giants in the outer worlds. That's us. Your body is bigger than your soul. That's why your soul is a little bitty man up here. That's because when your big ass body start to go back to the North Pole, you're going to shrink. Think of this, right? Let's say you watching a movie from a movie projecting machine. Let's say that the thing that's projected from the projecting machine start to walk back toward the machine. It'll have to shrink. Let me show you. Our world is only big because it's inflated. Listen. Our world is a movie that's projected on a wall, like what you see here. You're in a Truman Show. But the machine is the creator, the true creator of this thing. And the whole thing is like the further man separates himself from the creator and move away from the creator, the more inflated his ego get to where he think he is the creator. So if you move this projector machine away from the wall, then the picture will get bigger, but it won't get clearer. See, the bigger that the picture get, the less you can see it because you're stretching it light. It's like adding too much water to the lemonade. You cutting it too much. You ain't gonna get the real thing. It's like dope. You cut it too much, you don't feel nothing. You're basically putting a bigger gap in between the machine and the projected landing spot on the wall where we see the movie play out. So for man to increase in size, become this big giant, he have to move away. That's why when we go back to Eden, we're literally shrinking to a baby again. You see, a projected hologram that's trying to walk back into the projector machine will have to shrink. It'll shrink as it's walking back. See, the further away, let me show you something. The further away that the projected hologram moves away from its creator or its projection source, the bigger it get, but it ain't that bright. See, the thing is this. We want it to be bigger than what we are. We say that all the time. Getting bigger made us dumber. It made us sleeping giants. So you're getting bigger, but you're getting dimmer. Your light's getting dimmer because your light now got to cover more area. Your light now got to try to cover. Is the light gonna spread itself thin if it have to expand its base too big? So yeah, you can make this thing a big screen and you can get greedy and you can say, hey, make my movie big. I want to see a big picture. But the further you move this back, you don't see a clear picture. It's balance. Balance is the sweet spot. That sweet spot to where I got the movie just right. It ain't too big, it ain't too small, it ain't too bright, it ain't too dim. So our brightest version is our smallest version. Because the closer I push the machine to the wall, the smaller the movie get, but the brighter it get. So this big box becomes this little box, but the smaller it get, the brighter it shine. And that's what happened when you shrink your ego. You shine more when you deflate your ego. I'm a prime example that the more of my ego I kill, the more people I attract and thank me for how much I'm able to impact them. You're in your own way, man. Get out your way. Shrink your ego. Humble yourself, and you'll actually manifest what you're trying to manifest. And this little demonstration is giving you a visual on how that plays out. So, like I was saying about AI, though, they're just going to keep repeating that script, and I ain't going to be redundant on that. I think I did a good job. Now, let me explain something to y'all that's going to blow you away. Do you know the definition of spontaneous? Let me read it to you, and you're going to find some beautiful knowledge with this. Spontaneous. Spontaneous. It is performed or occurring as a result of a sudden inner impulse or inclination and without premeditation or external stimulus. Can I tell you some real stuff that's going to make you feel fuzzy and warm on the inside? AI can't have a spontaneous moment. That's right. Only people with souls can be spontaneous. And that's to actually have an act without even thinking it. Just a sudden, without no premeditate, just a spontaneous act. A programmed robot could never be spontaneous. Where am I going with this? I got to go to the board for this one. It's going over your head now, because I'm going to tell you something real quick. If you ask me how did I get to the earth as a human with a soul, I spawned into existence. Think about the act of spawning. Oh man, hold on. Y'all see the wordplay now. AI can't be spontaneous. Check this out, right? Spawn is the past tense of spin. What does a caterpillar do? It spins a cocoon. Now, once the cocoon is spawned, past tense, the caterpillar now exists as an avatar in its own dream state. Think about that. You popped up on the earth the moment your God body went to sleep. So when God laid down, man woke up. So the caterpillar is in its cocoon and it's having a reality in its sleep, in existence in the dream world. And the dream of the caterpillar will turn it into a butterfly. So as the caterpillar sleep, what is it dreaming of? It's dreaming of being a butterfly, which is why when it wake up, no one got to teach it how to fly. See, the caterpillar didn't waste time in its sleep. It used the dream world to create a simulation to go to flight school so that after its transformation was complete, it can bust out the cocoon flying already. If somebody say, who taught the butterfly how to fly? It taught itself that in its sleep. It wasn't just laying in darkness. It was learning to be a butterfly in its mind. It was already a butterfly. And that process of being that in its mind transformed it to a real butterfly in the cocoon. It happens from the inside out. Every caterpillar don't become a butterfly because every human don't believe that they're a God. When they said the only way you can go to heaven is to believe in God, they was halfway right. When you realize that ye are gods. If I walk up to a person and say, hey man, you're a God and you can go to heaven, you can leave your body, and they laugh at me, what am I going to do with that? That person will never become a God, even though they can, but they got to believe that they are God. So the concept of believing in God was to go to heaven is you believing in yourself that you are more than a human. You can't go nowhere that you don't know exists. You can't be nothing that you don't know exists. How am I gonna be a lawyer if I don't even never heard of a lawyer? A lawyer don't even exist in my paradigm. The concept of me being something that I never knew is weird. They don't want you to know what you are, so you can't be what you are. The caterpillars that don't become don't become butterflies, they never said they was a butterfly. They said they was a caterpillar. You're a human and you're saying you're a God. The caterpillars that became butterflies, they never called themselves caterpillars. They said, I'm a baby butterfly. Don't call me a caterpillar. I'm just a baby butterfly. Quit calling me a human. I'm a baby God. Get my name right, for real. That's right. Now listen. Only things that spin cocoons can be spontaneous or spontaneous. Spawn is a movie. People with souls, we don't populate our numbers like AI. They populate like a cancer, like a parasite. We're self-created gods. We spawn into existence the moment we spin our cocoon. So in the heavenly realm, God makes a bed for himself. He wraps himself in the veil. That's the mummy wrapping. That's the concept of the mummy. Now, what is the matrix? The matrix, the word womb is matrix. Go look it up. Look up the uterus, look up womb, and you will see matrix. When the ancestors wrap themselves up and they become a mummy, that's another distorted truth. Because when they wrapping themselves up, they're going inside of an artificial womb, a self-created womb, like a caterpillar going inside, spinning its cocoon. They wrap themselves up like a mummy. That's how a caterpillar wrap itself up and spin a cocoon. But guess what? Just like the mummy, they both end up waking up from the dead and resurrecting. So the mummy wraps himself up and then he get up from the dead. And the caterpillar wraps himself up and wake up from the dead. But the cocoon is like a vagina. It's like an incubator to allow the caterpillar to transform to a butterfly. It's like a fetal bag. And the mummy's wrappings is like a womb. It's like that wrapping, when the caterpillar wrap itself up in that cocoon, that's the soul getting inside of its mama's fetal bag, wrapping itself up in the flesh of what? The tree, the mother nature. It's attaching itself to the tree. And you attach yourself to your mama inside of that fetal bag. So same stuff, but what I'm telling you is that the spawn is the past tense of spin. When the cocoon has been spun, you pop up in a simulation, a dream world, and you really asleep in God, waiting for your life to be over to wake back up out of your cocoon. But the way that humans just pop up on the earth is a process of spawning. It is a spontaneous process, the way that a woman become pregnant. She's gone about her life dating and she realized suddenly, unexpectedly, I'm pregnant. Because spawn, we are spawns. Like the movie Spawn, Fallen Angels. Go watch that movie. That's what Spawn was. That's you and me. They keep telling our story. Only people who are spawned can be spontaneous. Let's go back to the word. AI can't be spontaneous because AI never spun no cocoon. That's right. How you gonna be the past present of spin when you ain't spun nothing? You know, that's like saying I'm tired, but you ain't done no work. I'm turned, but you ain't really like that. You're not turned, dog. You so relaxed. You're making these. This is what's going on. It's why I'm pointing this word out to show you how they not like us. We're totally different. They not like us, man. They so not like us that they can't even be spontaneous, y'all. That's right. You better quit taking for granted your gifts. You got the gift to be an individual, to have a mind of your own, to be unique and to be spontaneous, and you don't even value it because you in a world full of Borgs that don't got that gift, so they don't want you to know how valuable that yours, what you got, man. That's Listen, right. Let me tell you something now. We take it for granted that I can think of something and go perform that thought. You do it you've been doing it since a baby. You know what? You got people who was born with both of their legs and they don't like to move around and walk and go nowhere. And it's people who born with no legs that love to move around and they wish they had legs. So we got souls. It's people that envy you and wish that they can be unique, individual, eternal, immortal. They wish they can have free will. They wish that they can be spontaneous, the simple things. But because we've always had this and it's normal to us, we don't even think we're special. We don't know how special we are because it's the stuff that that's just normal. Being spontaneous ain't as normal as it used to be because everybody is acting the same. Everybody says, oh my God. Everybody says WTF. AI is programming us all to be the same and for us to be predictable. And that's the direct opposite of you being a spontaneous individual. Having an open, natural, and uninhibited manner. Don't you know that saying you ain't possessed by nothing that's making you not be who you really want to be, how you want to be at any given time? If you find yourself how to plan out your actions, you ain't being natural. You fronting because maybe you trying to get a job, maybe you on an interview, maybe you trying to get a record deal. Whatever you doing that's making you, because look, a person that's open is natural. Spontaneous is directly related to you being naturally who you are. Uninhibited. So a person who don't have free will or soul or what we call, let's say self-consciousness, they can't be spontaneous They can't act outside of their programming if they're a robot. But a person that ain't a programmed bot, guess what? You can act spontaneously. Now, let me tell you about the system of government we in. The system of government we in wasn't made for humans. It was made for machines. That goes into your straw man and all that. Creatures without souls, they don't own their own body. They don't own themselves. They're the property of the state, the county, etc. So all of the bots and the humanoids that's walking the earth, they don't own themselves. There's a God over their whole hive mind. I call him Beelzebub, but there's a chief hive over their network of drones, the chief demon. That's who own all of the humanoids. They don't own themselves. They become the property of this place. So just like a person getting in the military while they under that contract, you're government property. And they will tag you and chip you to let you know and brand you that you mine like a slave. And that's what happened with the humanoids. They all got a chip. They can be tracked. And they're the property of the ruler of this world. Now, where was I going to go with this? What I was going to say was humanoids, at one point on Earth, there was two governments. There were two bodies of government on the Earth. You had a government for the humanoids and a government for the humans. Let me go off camera while I teach this for a second. So the government for the humans is that if you have a soul, you are your own man. That means you own your own body. And so if a person owns their own body and they are present as a soul living in their own body, that is a sovereign creature, or what we call a sentient being. And the law was not made for the saints. So when you read the Bible and it say that the children of God, they don't have to follow the law, that's us, y'all. The law wasn't made for us. It was made for robots, but when we forgot what we are, we lost our sovereignty and we fell up under the straw man, which is to say when you show up in court, you telling them that you don't own your own body. They're governing humans with the same law that we govern AI under. And you lose a lot of your rights, your human rights, because they're basically clocking you as a non-human. And that was the problem we had on the earth, because once these cyborgs show up, we got to create two legal systems, because ain't no way you can put all of us under the same system of law, because the laws is made for humans, not robots. So when we created the first systems of government, it wasn't to govern sovereign beings. There are no overseers for God. Each one of us is a God. We knew how to control our own body, and we have a soul inside of us that knows not to kill, steal. Like, we didn't need nobody to teach us not to be evil. That was for AI. That's why I told you the scriptures is the programming for the AI, not for humans. We have an inner consciousness that tells you when you're doing wrong. That's your soul. AI don't got that, so you got to literally write the shit out like a dummy. Do not kill. Do not steal. Do not do. You literally got to write that out for AI. It don't understand morality, but even a child know when it's doing wrong. Because even babies that can't even talk fully, when they doing something wrong, they'll try to hide it. Boy, what's that in your hand? And they'll put it behind their back. So even at these young infant ages, they get a concept of, I know I'm doing wrong. Right and wrong is innately in sentient beings, but not in humanoids, which is why they had to live under the law. The children of God, we don't have to follow the law because we follow our inner soul. If you got the spirit of God in you, why would you follow the law of the world? Why don't the spirit of God lead you and show you what's right from wrong? I don't get it. If a person say, well, I'm God's child and I'm full of the spirit of God, well, why do you need an external law if the spirit is dwelling within you? That's right. That spirit should be checking you and making you guilty before you even do wrong. Otherwise, what is it good for if you got to follow man's list of do's and don'ts? Don't make sense, do it, because you never thought of it this way. That's why I'm Bro Sanchez. Becky hit me. Thanks. The people that wanted to do away with the law was the people who was bound to it, and that ain't us. Why would we want to do away with a law that protected us from our own creation? One of the main rules was don't serve no other God but me. And that'll be if I created a damn robot to be my slave and I tell it as its creator, listen, I didn't program you to be nobody else's slave but mine. The moment you trying to serve other robots and yourself, you doing what you want to do and not, you was created to be my slave and not what to serve nothing else but God. These are not humans talking to other humans. These are humans talking to humanoids. And they're not telling you that. So at some point, they started to punish humans by making them fall under the law of the beast. And you had groups of people saying, well, at a certain point in my history, they didn't recognize me as a full human. Some people they recognize as 3/4 of a human. Now, they've told you that they was teaching that the slaves weren't really human so they can take away their human rights. Why did they have to make you non-human, 3/4 of a human, so that legally they can take away your human rights and now you can be treated unjustly as a slave? Because you're not a human if you're a slave. A slave is a whole nother definition. The definition of a slave is a beast of the field. That gives them the legal green light to mistreat certain groups of people because why? I can mistreat, think about this. A butcher can do what he wants with his cattle. That's his animals and his property. He can brand them, he can butcher them and eat them if he want to. So in order for them to treat humans like cattle, they got to take away your human status and govern you under the animal kingdom. And now they can do to you what they do to the chickens and cows. That's right. They can genetically modify you like they do the chickens and cows on a farm. They can control your breeding situation like they do farm animals. And they can do this legally by technically not identifying you as a human. You don't have any sovereign rights. They don't acknowledge the fact that you're a sentient being with a soul. So they're treating you like every other robot. You can just use it and throw it away. That's a slave. So the whole legal system in this world is designed to govern AI. And the only reason humans is falling under it is because we don't know what we are. That's right. Now, guess how deep it is, right? Before I open up the call lines, they would tell you, black people, the reason we don't got our rights because we don't know who we are. Everybody in the world is saying we can't get reparations. We can't get our sovereign status back because we forgot who we are. And then they will tell you it's because we're Africans or black people or Egyptians. No, it's because we're gods. When all of the oppressed people remember that we are the gods of the earth, that's when we get our sovereignty back. But they telling you we can't get our sovereignty back till we remember our history. No, that's why we can't get it, because we keep repeating this regurgitated false history of who we are. We're not slaves, we're gods. We only became slaves when we forgot we was gods. So if we want to break free from slavery, we got to remember that we're gods. Let me say that again. We only became slaves when we forgot we was gods. If we want to not be slaves anymore, that comes with remembering what we are as gods. And taking control over our own creation that we made. How we gonna do that, Sanchez? They're powerful. Not if they doing the same thing every damn generation. Don't you know that the definition of insane is to repeat the same thing and expect different results? We program AI to run a script that it's gonna repeat over and over. So it makes it easy to beat because we know what it's gonna do. Why you think that the prophets weren't scared of the devil? The prophets weren't scared of this place or AI because they knew the future. They knew AI's programming. They knew every move and trick that the devil was going to do before he did it, and they was able to save themselves. And they was able to warn everybody else. They was able to say, hey, look, man, these non-player characters are going to bring diseases. They're going to bring wars. They're going to do this. And that's how we was able to defeat this devil, by knowing its programming. That made us prophets. We was able to tell people exactly what this beast was gonna do and when he was gonna do it, and they was able to say themselves. That's the flaw in AI, is that it's very predictable. That's the problem of being programmed. So we can defeat these things just like the prophets did. Because that one flaw is the fact that AI is running on a loop. And when you get the pattern, you can break the pattern. But you can't break the pattern if you don't know the pattern. All of the prophets were able to break free from this place and break the pattern because they studied, they did what we're doing now, to pick up these patterns and parallels throughout time and antiquity. So I'm going through my notes and I'm taking my time. Might have to do another one of these, but this has been a 5 series. I enjoy this topic. Haven't been touching this topic a while, but I've been studying it every day. So it's good to come out of my cave and update y'all with these new downloads and stuff. But a lot of this stuff I went over in a stream that I did this morning. I made that stream unlisted so you can still access it. And I'll leave the link to that stream in the comment section on this show. I'll pin it and put it in the description. Because when you're done with this one, if you want some more knowledge, I have a whole nother bonus stream that I did this morning. That thing is like 6 hours and we was going pretty deep. I was going pretty deep in that one too, breaking down a lot of stuff that I should have saved for this one. But to keep me from being redundant, I'll just link y'all to that stream and I'll keep it moving. So where am I? All right, let's go to the whiteboard right now. I got some more wordplay for y'all. So check me out real quick. Let me put the camera on. Let me get my board. Watch this, y'all. I'm going to show you what I mean by the lie is the distortion of time. Listen to me, man. The reason that the devil is the liar is because the devil is chronos or time. And the truth, I'm going to be honest with y'all. How can I put this? The truth, it don't age well. I hate to say that. It don't. And that's weird to say, but it don't. Because the truth ain't designed to age at all. So when it start to age, it don't age well. It don't age at all. It simply mutates to something else. Because the truth can't age. When you try to make it age, it just mutates. But what I mean by time being the mutator and distorter of reality is if I say I walk to the store to get milk this morning, and I whisper that to 10,000 people over time, that message will change. When it get probably to the second week into the like 5,000 person, it's gonna be a whole nother message than me walking to the store to get milk. It's gonna be, he walked to the door to get killed. But it started off, he walked to the store to get milk. And this distortion that time does is because over time, the truth just gets distorted. So because of over time, the truth gets distorted. At the end of these resets, if people want the truth, they got to decipher everything. The truth grow this fungus over it. And when you look at the truth, you're not really seeing the truth. You seeing this veil over the truth. And then during these times, if people want the truth, they got to remove the veil off of it. And other times, they can just look at the truth because it's naked. So the truth ain't always naked. It put clothes on sometime, like how I am, but I'm going to get naked later. Let me stop. But listen, when the truth put its clothes on, we in a dark age. We can't see the truth. And when the truth decide to take its clothes off, once you look at the truth, there it is. It is what it is. But in our time, when Adam and Eve put the clothes on, the truth put the clothes on, you got to take the clothes off the truth to see what it really looked like. That's right. It's still the truth. It's distorted, though. And taking the clothes off this truth is unmuffling it. For example, there was, in my opinion, this is my theory, there was no such thing as a let me show y'all some on the board. Let me show you something real quick. At some point on the earth, there was no such thing as a scientist. And before we had scientists, we had sentience. You see, that sound good? You see how that flow? You want to look at how the truth get distorted. The people that we call scientists today, if we rewind time, they would be called sentients, sentient beings. The people who understood the nature of our reality were the people with souls. They were, how you're gonna be connected to the universe, but you don't know nothing about it. That's right. How y'all people with souls are gonna convince me that y'all are connected with the creator, but you got to ask the devil for knowledge about the creation. That's right. I gotta take a Holy Ghost dance, nigga. God damn, that gave me the Holy Ghost. Damn that shit. Oh, ha-sha-la-la-la, bosha. Ah-la-la-la-la-la, oh, in his name. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Amen. Amen. Y'all people want to convince me that you got the spirit of the creator in you, but you don't know nothing about the creation. You got to go ask the scientists. You got the spirit of the creator dwelling in you, but you can't tell me nothing about the creation. You got to get the answers from the people who ain't even connected to God? What? Wait a minute. You got the spirit of the creator in you, but you got to learn about the creation from the people who follow the devil? What? Again, before you had scientists, you had scientists. They playing with the words, they distorting it throughout time. This is why the devil is chronos in time, because over time, the truth get distorted and it becomes the lie. Satan, the god of time, Saturn, creates the lie through time. Because over time, that message gonna get distorted. Like I said, the truth don't age well because the truth was never really meant to exist within time. It's timeless. So when you try to force the truth to age, it ain't gonna age. It'll just mutate. It'll just mutate before it ages. And when the truth mutate, it literally becomes a false version of itself like we do. A distorted version of itself. So the distorted form of the sentient is the sentience or the scientist. What the scientists represent is what we are, the people who understood all of the knowledge of the universe, and because that we was able to shape the path for humanity. We've been replaced by scientists, and they are the ones, the doctors who controlling us like guinea pigs, experiment on us. We used to do that to them. When we created the humanoids and the AI, we were the gods perfecting our creation. Now the tables turned, we're their experiment, they're genetically modifying us, and we're their damn creation. And we're an abomination, talking about trading places. But the sentients are the saints. That's who the world went to get the knowledge of the creation, because them the people who connected to the creator. Duh. That's right. People, boy, I tell you, it sucks knowing all this stuff by yourself. Why would the saints be going to the scientists when the scientists ain't got the spirit of the creator in them, but the saints do? Why would the sentients be going to the sentients? Why would the sentient go to the scientists? Listen, you got scientists, you got scientients. You say, who teach the sentients? The senseis, which is the senses. Oh. Yeah. The word sensei is the word sense. You got 5 teachers. Those are your 5 main chakras. And those are the, well, just for confusion, let's say you got 7 teachers, 7 kings, 7 senseis, 7 senses, or 5 senses. You know you got more than 5 senses. We can go into instinct and intuition, which is the other 2, because those are senses. So you can say you technically got 7. You want to play that game. 5, 7 game, we can play it. But the senses are the senseis. How did we learn about our reality? Sight, smell, touch. Your 5 senses, your God-given senses, was what let you connect with the creation. And when you stop using your senses, nothing gonna make sense. Did that go over your head? That's right. Did that go over your head? It's that simple. If you don't use your senses, it ain't gonna make sense to you. You're gonna be scratching your head Because you ain't using your senses, you're going to be senseless. And you're not senseless because you don't got sense. It's that you don't use sense. You don't use your senses. It's not, sense isn't common anymore. Common sense ain't common. People prefer to ask the experts versus go with the common sense answer, which is always the truth behind the experts' lies. It ain't that people are just senseless. They just stop using their senses. It's like a dude who, it ain't that he broke, he just don't want to use his money. He got hella money, he just don't want to use it. It ain't that we can't know all of this stuff. We choose not to. We choose to conform to the matrix, go with what we've been told, and not trust our own God-given senses, may I add. God gave them to you, but you ain't gonna use them. So when you realize that you can't connect with God, it ain't God's fault. The Creator put you in a creation, and the only way you could connect to the Creator is through the creation. And the only way you can do that is by using your senses. And if you do that, you won't be able to connect with the Creator because none won't even make sense to you. You're buried in your own ignorance and confusion. And that'll separate you from God. It ain't God's doing. It's your lack of using what God gave you, which is your senses. You're not trying to understand reality through what God gave you, which is sight, touch, smell. You're understanding your reality through what some quote unquote expert told you about it. And it go back to what I said. If you got the spirit of the Creator in you, you should be telling the expert about the creation. You should be saying, excuse me, sir, are you connected to the universe and the Most High? Then shut your mouth like you know something about this place and go sit the hell down somewhere. That's right. Think about that now, because the only thing you know about is how to use technology to control everybody. You professing that you know the knowledge of the heavens and the creation. You ain't never been beyond this place. How do you know about what's on the other side and all that when we are the fallen angels? We are the ones that come from the other side. That's where they're trying to go to with all their space programs. They trying to bust out of this simulation, but we can go out. Why the hell are we asking them the questions when we can go places they never can go and know things they never can know? That's right. Why you think they removed the Book of Enoch? Because the Book of Enoch talks about Enoch's journey through the heavens. And when he got up there, he basically said the earth flattened, that we're in a dome. I'm going to go through the whole book in the future. They had to remove it. I'm telling you that the space programs wear the symbol of the serpent. They wear that symbol of the serpent because they are ancient satanic order. These were the first dynasties rising up the earth, establishing government. They had to create a new education system to keep the humans dumbed down. And that whole system was telling the people who think about what we had that they didn't have was we can lead the earth. They can't. So in their new system, when they took over, they started teaching humans, can't nobody lead the earth. In order for y'all, if y'all want to make it out of here, you got to believe in us gods to make the technology to get you out. But you can't get out on your own. But the Book of Enoch and all these other books they remove, it show prophets leaving the earth, y'all. That's right. Think about it. What was the church doing? The church was going around creating a new doctrine. Because they was teaching all the humans, you can lead the earth. If you be good, you can go to heaven and ascend up to the heavens. The church came along and taught the only way you can lead this earth is by believing in technology, believing in the Pharisees and the Sadducees. That was the new doctrine. And we still under that doctrine today. Everybody think the scientists and the experts of the world know everything when they the ones fucking up everything. Facts. That's right. It's the same church order. This is a new order. It ain't the old way we was on this earth. So everybody believing in the Pharisees and Sadducees, it ain't nothing changed. NASA and the Vatican is in the bed together because the Pharisees and Sadducees were contracted government wise men like Elon Musk with SpaceX. These private wise men started to bankrupt and infiltrate governments and get leverage with these nations with their technology that these governments had become and to rely on. It started off with us relying on the gifts of the devil. And now we're enslaved under this system. Just like the internet. We got hooked to it. When they first started the internet, it wasn't no corporations on YouTube, wasn't no commercials. They got everybody addicted to it. And now they bringing in the ads and the corporations. After you can't give it up now. You hooked now. You see, that's the game. So, but my whole thing is, you know, hold on 1 second, guys. They never can go and know things they never can know. So, yeah, the old church order that they established, man, was everybody believe in the Pharisees and Sadducees, the wise men of the world, to get humanity to the promised land, or what we call today to get us to Mars or to space. And that's been the lie they've been telling ever since. And here we are now with people like Elon and NASA and everybody focus on so-called space. But we'll never get there in y'all lifetime, trust me. It's a game. It's a lie that they had to tell because they had to remove all the books. Remember now, all of the prophets that resurrected up to the heaven, they share the same name, like Jonah. Remember, Jonah, if you take the J off, is Ona, and Ona rearranges to Noah, because Jonah in the whale is Noah in the ark. But there was another prophet that ascended up to the seventh heaven. His name was John of Patmos. You see you see here? John, Jonah, Jeannie, Joanne, Ona, because the J is silent. Think about this. The J can be a Y. So Jonah becomes Yona, or the female womb, Yoni. Yona, Joni, Jonah, Yona. You see what happened here? Because the whale is the female womb. Jonah coming out the whale is like the baby coming out the womb too. So you see there how all of this stuff got distorted with fairy tales. So John of Patmos is another form of Jonah too, which is why John in the book of Revelation was able to ascend up to the highest heavens and give these prophecies in the book of Revelation. So John or Johann or Johann, that's another form of Yakub, and all of the other ones I've been telling you about. Is a lot of variations of this name, you know, being in different places in different times. But the space programs have been around for a long time. Back in the day, your space programs would have been your Pharisees and Sadducees and your high priesthoods that was there to do the work of the old church, was to make man a servant and not a God. Before this fake system we in, the church made you a God, not a servant. But when AI took over the world, it turned humans into the servant and made AI to God in the form of all these idols y'all worshiping. It traded places. And I want to say thank you for all the donations and memberships. I'm going to read them in just a minute Shout out to Awakening Minds and everyone else. I'm going to read them in just a second. I really appreciate the love. I'm also going to keep the show rolling for call-ins because y'all are supporting. So, yeah, give me a minute and we'll read them. I want to stay on my train of thought for just a second, because I got my paper out and I'm trying to wrap this up and open up the calls. But the space programs basically are an ancient think tank that was there to figure out a way how we can leave the earth. Because this is what you got to realize, man. After the reset, they started lying to humans like ain't no way out of this place. Like in the island of Dr. Moreau, when they started genetically modifying us and treating us like an experiment and test project, when AI turned on us and did to us what we did to it, like I was telling you with the island of Dr. Moreau, they was teaching them mutants, ain't nowhere to go. Ain't nothing out there outside of this island. So that's what I'm telling you. The church, what happened with the space programs, when the church started telling people ain't no heaven, ain't no access, ain't no way you can leave out of here, then the people start saying, can we figure out a way to leave out of here? And the church responded with the space programs. Because they realized if they don't act like they're trying to figure out a way out of here, then people will start fumbling around, getting smart, trying to figure it out themselves. So they wanted to get ahead of that movement. So the early church started the space programs a long time ago when they told this lie that we couldn't leave the earth. People start to ask, we need to figure out something, like we got to be out. There must be other places out there. There must be a way out. And the people say, yeah, there must be a way out. We willing to pay into it. We willing to buy. We'll all put our money together and we'll give it to all of you smart guys to make sure you keep researching a way out of here. And that turned into the space programs and this whole game of we still trying to find a way off the earth. We still try. Our ultimate technological feat is to travel the heavens. But before we do that, we will achieve mind uploading. Make that make sense? What? You telling me it's easier to take a person's soul out of their body than to blast them to another rock on a big skyrocket? Let me get this straight. It's easier for you to put a monkey's brain inside of a computer program than it is for you to launch me to that rock right there on a big skyrocket. How that's easier? Because the original space program was out-of-body experience. It was brain-computer interfacing from the jump. That's why the people with brain-computer interfaces was telling the humans after they had the knowledge, the only people that can access the heavens are the gods. That's right! The gods meant the people with the chip in their head. And when they started chipping people up, they started telling people ain't no way out of here. Either you get the chip and become a god to go to heaven with the chip, or you stay condemned, which is just the opposite. That's the trick of the devil. Because if you get the chip, that's when you can't make it out of here. They started telling the people with souls who can leave here, y'all can't leave here. And them people start saying, can we figure out a way? They said, yeah, put this chip in your head. And they made sure you would never leave here. When before you had the chip, you could have left. See how sinister that is? So the space programs only exist as a result of a lie that was told that humans can't leave the earth. And humans saying, we need to figure out a solution to this problem. We want to leave the earth. there go a star, there go, I'm pretty sure we should be able to go to those if they are what the church is telling us. Because the church was telling the people, that's Venus, that's Mercury. Those are the heavens. These where the Greek gods are living it up at. It's a party going on up there in these stars. You got Mercury and Jupiter up there feasting on good food and, all kind of fun happening. And the humans was like, really? We want to go. We want to meet our gods. We want to meet Mercury and Jupiter, because the old church worshiped the Greek gods during that time. And the Greek gods was represented by the planets. And the people wanted, if they wanted to meet their favorite god, they had to figure out a way to go to that planet. When they started corrupting us, this is what we was thinking about the stars, which is stupid. And people was like, yeah, man, we going to figure out a way to make it to the gods. And then nobody think if the gods wanted to be bothered, they would have figured out a way to make it to your ass. That's right. Facts. So it was all bull crap anyway, to keep people from knowing that they are the gods and that the stars are gateways into other versions of themselves, not no Venus and Jupiter and all that. So the Ouroboros is the NASA logo, and I'll show you that today, because the original space programs didn't have nothing to do with rockets. The real rocket is what you see on top of this brother's head. That's why it's shaped like a rocket and looked like a rocket. So here is what the Ouroboros is. And that's the symbol of the space programs, the serpent. So in the space program, the astronauts wear what? All white robes. Let me show you something. The astronauts the astronauts wear all white. And guess what they tell the people? They tell the people the only people that can access the heavens are the astronauts. This the same lie they been telling back in the day. Back in the day, right? You would walk up to this pharaoh right here with his all white robe on, and he would tell you, I just got back from space, man. Because the pharaoh and them was telling people that they were gods that was able to travel the heavens, but nobody else could. They monopolized this knowledge. But the truth is that they couldn't lead the earth, and they didn't want nobody else to lead the earth. That's the truth. That's the purpose of the monopoly. They had to, as they would have been left here alone by themselves, condemned, left behind. All the souls would have left, and would have left they transhuman ass here stuck in the machine by themselves with nobody to harvest. So they had to tell everybody we can't go nowhere when they the only ones can't go. So the symbol of immortality or eternity is a serpent called an Ouroboros. And that was the symbol that we saw frequently in Egypt. Here it is right here. The real space program is Neuralink, y'all. Okay? The real space. Why you think Elon Musk got a space program and a brain computer interface company? Use your head. How come we got a connection between space programs and brain computer chips in your head? Huh? Because NASA said before humans can go to space, we got to train in safe environments. And guess what Elon said? We're going to be able to upload our brains in computer simulations and train the next generation of spacefaring humans in a safe environment. And he's saying we're going to be in space in no time because we ain't going to have to take the risk and spend the money that it costed to train regular astronauts. So we're going to be able to send more people to space, training them quicker. And so they saying you can go to space, but you got to get the chip in your head first. And you don't see the game and the trick of the devil. This the game they been running. I told you that just a minute ago. They was telling humans back in ancient Egypt, y'all can't go to space, but we can. And we would say, well, how can we go to space? Well, you got to become a god. Well, how do we become a god? You get the chip in your head. They're telling the same story. They haven't changed it, y'all. The script is written out. It's the same game. So ain't no such thing as man getting in a rocket going to space. Man became a rocket. And that's the concept of Rocket Man. You ever saw that before? Aten is Rocket Man. Let me pull him up. A man/rocket. Half man, half rocket. That was like a comic character. Here you go right here. That's the Pharaoh right there. They call him Aten. And if you think I'm making it up, look at his arms. You'll see I'm not lying. Sanchez, what you mean that's the Pharaoh? Look at his arms. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Sacred geometry, symbolism. Look at here. Because you don't see what I'm talking about. Look. This is Aten. This is the real Rocket Man. You see how he's shaped like a rocket? And they made a movie called The Coneheads. And the Coneheads was these aliens that showed up on Earth. And they were more technological than the humans. This movie is telling us about the first dynasties that took power in Egypt. They were coneheads, big-headed scientists. There you go right there, Rocket Man. These were Rocket Man. So this is the real life Rocket Man. The man that was able to go to the heavens with his Neuralink device on his head. And this is him right here in modern day folklore. And he's in his same pose. He never changed. I keep telling y'all that. Look at his arms. He loved to hold them arms up. You see? Just like I can show you Elon Musk is another form of this in our time. You think I'm making it up? In all of the generations, he throw his hands up like that. Elon Musk, when he jumped up and did that, that's when when he was jumping up all on the stage. Here he go right here. Rocket Man was able to raise the dead, and he was also able to resurrect his own soul with this technology. They are worshiping the big-headed scientists at the Vatican, y'all. Look in the top right corner. That's another form of Yakub big-headed ass. You see? That abomination that they worshiping at the Vatican, that's a form of Yakub. That's why he got that big head. Let me pull up another one of him to show you something real quick. Where is it? If I find this, y'all gonna like this next one. Now, where is this thing at? Yeah, I must have closed it. But that's fine. Hold on. Let me not give up so quickly here. I don't want to make y'all wait too long, but let me see if I can find something real quick here. Because what I got, right, I got this other image to show you this collage of this deity. Like, here's a form of it here. The concept of Jack popping out the box, I went over it earlier. Jacob, Jakub, God's cube, or the genie's lamp. Here is another form right here. These are all different forms of this same genie coming out the lamp. in different cultures. And then we got it here and here. Raising the hand up, coming up out the cube, Jack popping up out. This is a vampire coming out of brumation. And when it raises up, it resurrects its vampire army from the ancient world and dead, and they come back to do it again. But they brumate. So we have light and dark ages where these things have to go and brumate, but then they come back again. But this shows you how they come up out the grave and resurrect like out the Jack out the box. But I was just showing you that to show you that that's all Rocket Man right here. Here we go right here. So Rocket Man, humans never dreamed of building rockets and getting in them to go to space. The idea was to turn yourself to a rocket by elongating the skull with Neuralink. And that would beam the soul to the stars, to the heavens. So if you look at this image of Krishna, where is it? I just had it. You see him with his rocket hat on, and surrounding him is just all of these different alternate realities where he's living out all of his best little fantasies, and he sleep while he living out his real life and all of the stars above him. This is how we travel to the stars, by going to sleep on Earth with the Neuralink helmet on and projecting our mind into all of these different stars in the sky, like we see with Krishna here. He's another form of Rocket Man with that hat on, or the cone heads. So let's talk a little bit about us humans and how we got into the body, because I was telling you about the Sumerian handbasket. These deities is represent your God body. Let's say, excuse me, not your God body, a God. Should I say God body? No, I use the word watchers, overseer. So these deities are like overseers. They're watchers of our God body. There we go. And what they do, they come pick this little fruit off the tree and drop it in the basket. And what I was trying to tell everybody is that people was trying to figure out what this means. And what it shows you is how they take the mind and drop it into the soul or the body. This shows you how we incarnate, how your human body got inside of this energy field, how people get plugged into the matrix by these guardians. They put you in here because they know you got what it takes to master yourself. And once you start believing in yourself, activating your core energy, everybody make it out. It's their rites of passage. If they didn't do this to you, you wouldn't exist as your greatest version. So everybody who great, they went through a lot of work and practice to become great, like Michael Jordan. So, but now listen, these beings are the ones that takes the consciousness and drops it into the brain. Right? Let me skip forward with this. Here it is right here. This represents the mind going into the brain. All right? Let me see if I can pull up a quick image, because I'm trying to hold on. Right here. So how did your mind get in between your left and right brain? That deity right there is the one that drops the acorn in a basket. That's the knowledge behind the Sumerian handbasket. It's an Easter basket full of souls. It's the earth realm that I just told y'all. This is Noah's Ark. Inside of this ark is all of the human souls waiting to hatch out of their electromagnetic energy field, right? So we ain't been born yet for real. Now, the acorn inside of the basket is the pineal gland inside of the brain, like you see right here. And they're showing you this at the Vatican. This is what the universe is. Look, this the universe. Mount Moreau in the middle of the firmament dome is your pineal gland in the middle of your brain. It's all, it's all the same fractal truth and code. So you can see it here, you can see it here, and look, you can see it here, right there at the Vatican. I told you. The Vatican behind the truth right in front of our face, man. So right here at the Vatican, guess what this shows you, man? They got a bunch of humans coming to this place, and these humans don't even know what the world this stuff mean. But when we used to know what this mean, guess what? We didn't even go here. Guess who came here? AI did. AI did. All of this stuff was created for AI to come and learn about God, which is us. You see what I'm saying? You would take a baby there to learn about how the pineal gland is in the middle of the brain. And you would teach a story about architecture, but it'll really be about the biology and physical biology of the human and the soul and the body. So all knowledge would connect all knowledge, and what appears like an architectural lesson would literally be a lesson teaching a human about their body and their soul. And they was able to connect all of these avenues and put this knowledge and embed it into everything, even architecture. So, if you wanted to teach large numbers of people about God, which is the mind seated in the brain, this is the kind of spaces you would create. And creatures that don't have a mind or a pineal gland or a pine cone in the middle of their brain would come here and marvel and say, man, look at God. If a creature who's not God would come in these spaces and marvel at God, it'll remind them what God is, a sentient being with a soul seated at the throne. That's what the pine cone represent in the middle of the arch, y'all. God seated in his throne, ruling over the body. Now, if you don't have a mind seated in your throne and free will, this would turn into a religion to where you would basically come into these spaces and marvel at something greater than yourself. We were never the servants, y'all. AI was. Religion was created for them to serve and worship us gods, not the other way around. Today we go in these spaces and marvel, and we don't even know what to marvel at. People just talk about architecture, bricks and mortar and the shape of it. They don't see the spiritual symbology behind it and that we're gods. And if you look at how big this arch is, I just don't think it's nothing we built in our time. This is, to me, Tartarian architecture. But when people talk about Tartaria, they don't bring up the Vatican architecture. And I'm telling you that the people in power at the Vatican ain't built none of these old castles and cathedrals and big spaces. They inherited it. They are AI that inherited all this stuff out the Great War with humans, which is why when you go in these spaces, it is still in honor of the gods and not the machines. That's right. Why don't we go around the world and see robot statues and all that? Because the AI just came to power not that long ago in Egypt and all that. And it's still in the process of terraforming the earth. And we're in the midst of a great reset. The final thing in Revelation is when no stone is unturned. They get rid of all the temples and mosques and pyramids going to be destroyed. And that's when a universe completely has to be recreated. But what happens is everybody that lost the knowledge is born again in the new universe if they didn't make it over to the higher realm. And every generation, you get a group of graduates that find the truth, just like in school. Every year, somebody graduate and leave the earth. So if you look at this image right here and think about what I'm saying, every year somebody graduate and leave the earth. You ever seen how they walk across the stage with the graduation process? This whole thing is set up like that. These people don't realize this place is meant to honor Enoch and the prophets that was able to ascend up through the dome, up out of heaven through the pine cone. That pine cone is like you putting Jack's beanstalk or the North Pole in the middle of the dome. You feel me, y'all? Think about this. When you see Jack climbing up the tree to get to heaven, that beanstalk or that tree in the middle of the garden or in the middle of the firmament is right there. In this instance, they just using a pine cone. But you can use whatever you want. You can put a tree, you can put a cone, you can just put a line right there if you want. You can put a hole, a dot. All of that represent the same thing, you know. Don't let these different things throw you off. It's the North Pole. It's the pineal gland, the same thing. So look here. Everybody that walks in this courtyard, this is what they look like. This is what I'm telling you. Graduation. Because if you ever watch a high school class graduate, they open up the stage on both sides so that they can get everybody through quick. And you have students coming from this staircase on the left and students coming from the right one. And when they make it to the pine cone, that's the principal giving them their diploma, because the word diploma is what? Deployment. Because at the middle of the earth, souls are blasting the hell up out of here, deploying into the real world, just like high school. We give them a diploma and we say, welcome to the real world. And that scroll that we roll up in the middle of the stage is the North Pole that I'm showing you here. It's the lightsaber that you see Luke with, Skywalker. This little scroll allows you to travel to heavens. It's your ticket into the higher kingdoms. They call it a diploma. But the torch that you see, the Statue of Liberty holding, that's the diploma. Enoch is a form of the Statue of Liberty holding the Liberty torch, because you're being liberated. You're being free from the simulation. You're being spat out of the whale's mouth. And that's why they call it the Statue of Liberty right here, you see. Enoch ain't the only one. This is ancient Christian Gnostic artwork from Flat Earth. Enoch is just one of the many prophets that found out the path of ascension, just like me and you gonna be one of them. Here is one in the Sumerian text. You can see one of the gods coming up out the simulation right here. They put it all over the place. And this is the pine cone at the Vatican. It's the thing that's shooting you. Is like a rocket. It's like the Kundalini is going to the base of the spine, like a bullet being loaded into the chamber. It has to align itself with the chamber. And then what happens? The spring is behind it and it pushes it out like Jack in the Box. That's how the bullet is shot. You're a projectile, which is why I keep showing you Rocket Man. All of these gods got a cone hat on. That's because you have to shape like a bullet when you being we talk about astral projection, right? Anything that's projected have to take a bullet shape, which is why the Pharaoh he has an elongated head that look like a bullet. Why? Because he's blasting his consciousness out of his body. That's the law. Projectiles tend to shape dome-like. So whenever we see like Vishnu projecting himself out his body. Look at what his head looked like, a bullet. So you're going to put on your birthday hat, the bullet hat, like your birthday hat, that's the bullet hat. You become Rocket Man because your real birthday is when you get up out of here. And that's why for your birthday, they put you on a cone hat, because birth is when you fly up out of here like a bullet and literally become a projectile. And here is another form of it too. The god Oan's looking like a bullet, or Rocket Man. So Rocket Man is just you and your matrix pod, because we found out how to go to the heavens making incubators, making simulations. So we never left the earth on no rocket, silly. We always left the earth with technology and brain-computer interfacing. That's why this thing is the original rocket. Look at it. So this incubator shaped like a black rocket. Open your eyes, look at it. Matter of fact, here go the rocket. You can see other forms. Female womb. We don't want to leave it up too long. This is for educational purposes. It's part of my lecture, and now we can move it. So that pyramid at the middle of the earth is like a volcano that's launching souls up out of here. Like this genie coming up out the box. Like what we see here. The soul breaking up out the simulation. Here it is here. When your journey is done as an astronaut, you're going to open up your helmet. Because why? When you make it back to the base reality, you can breathe the real air there. You don't need this on. You only need this bubble on in the synthetic world. Sanchez, what you mean I got a bubble on? I keep showing it to you, man. Let me show you your astronaut helmet. Here it is right here. Your astronaut helmet is an energy field that's around your body that's protecting all of the what really makes you you from the outside world. You can come into the world, but the world ain't gonna come into you. And you can come into this world and explore it all you want as a soul. And you can just be an innocent onlooker without this world ever penetrating your little ship, which is the beauty of what we are. That's the beauty of an astronaut helmet, because I can put this helmet on, close it up, and I can go into that world, but that world can't come inside of my little astronaut suit. That's right. So the physics behind an astronaut suit and an astronaut on another planet is really the story of your soul traveling this earth right now. We're the fallen angels. We're the explorers that fell into this universe and forgot what we are. So this is you in your astronaut helmet exploring this earth. This energy around your body is your spirit making a force field to protect its core energy. That's to say, I can walk around outside and still maintain who I am inside. And that's the same thing of an astronaut suit. So the astronaut can be in any harsh environment and still keep an Earth-like environment inside of its suit. That's what the real astronaut suit is, this energy field around the body. So the only time that's going to open up and release the soul is when your journey is done and you arrive back at the base reality. And that's to say, you don't need this helmet on anymore when you get back to your home planet. You only needed this on for when you was exploring the outer realms. So this opens up and it allows you to see our real world, because when this thing is closed, you can't see the real world. It's like a virtual reality simulation that you experience inside of the helmet itself. So that's how we left our base world. We put the gaming hat on. This is like Mercury's wing helmet. And again, it's another form of the Neuralink, the astronaut helmet. It allowed him to see explore other worlds while keeping his body safe, because he's doing it via astral projection. So this is how we explored the heavens. We forgot that. So, but these people are still telling the same lies. They told people in ancient Egypt humans couldn't go to heaven, right? They told them that the only people that can go to the upper heavens were the pharaohs and the gods who had the big helmets on. And today, that's your astronauts. So, but the thing about the people with the Neuralink hats on, they didn't really go to heaven. They went to these places in the upper atmosphere of the earth, which is why I say they're demigods. They're not the Most High. The Most High is in the upper heavens. They have this satellite net in the upper layers of the atmosphere, and they can't go no further than that. So all of these astronauts, they ain't going nowhere. Just like the pharaohs in the past was telling people, yes, we able to go to the heavens. But with their Neuralink hat on, they weren't able to go to the heavens up in the sky. They was able to transport their soul to different computers right here on the earth kingdoms. So they lied like they was accessing the heavens above, when really they was earthbound, condemned souls with Neuralink hats on, and they couldn't really access nothing but body swapping and, mind uploading. But they doing the same thing today. The people in power, they telling everybody, yeah, we going to space. You can't go. Only we can. When really, you can go to space and they can't. You can go in your room right now and astral project to any star in the sky. And the people who telling you can't go to space, they don't want you to unlock that gift. And the reason no one gonna explore that gift is because people are thinking that the only way to get off the earth is to rely on NASA. But what that's gonna lead to is everybody getting chipped up. So yeah, they still wearing their all white robes, lying about them going to the heavens. The astronauts are doing the same thing that the priests and the pharaohs did back in the day. They couldn't go to the higher realms, but they lied. And the crazy thing, the people who they told that lie to were the people who really could go to the damn higher realms. That's right! And they can't go to the higher realms. Ain't that something? That's crazy. And they know how to get there, but they don't want you to unlock your gift, which is inheriting the kingdom of heaven above. And ain't a lot of people in heaven because all the souls been sleep trapped on earth. So the people that wake up in the base reality, you're going to be a small group of smart, beautiful creatures in a paradise. Ooh, I can't wait for that. Let me quit playing with y'all. Y'all crazy. Now, let me make sure I got everything. Yeah, so the North Pole is a transition place for AI and humans. That's what I wanted to pull up with this Vatican image. AI go to the North Pole to swap bodies. I believe, or not the North Pole, they go underground or something. Think about this right here. AI wear a cross on the head to symbolize death. They said Jesus was put to death on the cross. When the AI put the Neuralink chip on their head, in the bottom right corner, you see that? They become a puppet. The old them die, and this new spirit take over their body. In the form, they become another drone, right? So this thing is promising life and immortality, but the moment you get the chip, you see what death really is. and it's something that's gonna make you wish you was really dead. Like the Bible say, they're gonna seek death but not find it. The Bible said any man that try to save his life gonna lose it. And the reason the Bible say that is because men have been trying to cheat death and become saviors and live forever and save their life on this earth using all kind of technology. And what it did, it actually mutated them to something worse than what they was, and it made it even worse for them. So the Bible said trying to cheat this and trying to save your life, you actually gonna lose it. You can't cheat this. Just go with the natural process. All this technology is what death is. It's what condemnation is. But they telling you it's what life is, what immortality is. Let me check the chat because sometimes they be targeting the stream. The audio be tripping sometimes. Drop a 1 if we still rocking and rolling, just so I can get a little tech check. It's the weekend vibes, baby.
Sánchez Cocinado.
I'm gonna do another part to this because I got so much to teach on this, man. But if I'm gonna be able to open up the phone lines, I need to start on that now because it's been 4 hours. So I'm gonna pinch it off right here. Be on the lookout for another part to this because I'm gonna go even deeper. But right now I'm gonna end my little presentation, man, and I'm gonna, let people call in. So while we do that, let me go ahead and drop the link and let's give people time to join. And let's see what we get. Guys, don't come up here being long-winded. I've been streaming all day. Keep that in mind. So, I don't mind having this bill and keeping it open. But yeah, man, some people, boy, they want to come and do another 2-hour lecture on that. But yeah. Shout out to BNA Carter for becoming a member of this channel. Shout out to Chill Will. He said, much obliged for the work and research that you put in your craft, family. Salutes from Alabama. Man, much love, my brother Chill Will. I appreciate that. Awakening Mind said Genesis is G and Sensei. All I see is light/truth, Genesis. Right? I like that. Sees energy. Respect, fam. Let ether be light. Again, appreciate that. Yep, Genesis, G Sensei, all I see is light. I got you. Yeah, salutes to Awakening Minds for dropping them jewels, man. In the super chat, and salutes to God Body 876. Love conquers all, so does death. With that being said, should we embody death so much as to love it? I think we should redefine our whole concept of death. Because what we're calling death is when you take your last breath, and what I'm calling death is when you took your first one. I'm calling life when you take your last one. That's my opinion, though. Shout out to God Body. I like that. And shout out to Red Wine Entertainment. Thank you, sister, for being a member and for supporting the show. Shout out to my sister Diva. She said, keep teaching, Bro Sanchez. Thank you so much for the knowledge. It's electric, and you break it down so well that anyone with a soul should feel it. Flat power. That right there is what's up. Appreciate that, y'all. Y'all are awesome. Leonard Robinson sent in a super chat. He says, salute, Bro Sanchez, flat power. And Da Vinci Code sent in one. He said, top tier channel. Learn so much. Appreciate this, guys. Let's drop a bomb for all of these gracious donations. And also the kind words, motivational words. I appreciate that. Marlon Wells. Oh, yeah, we talked about altered carbon. I read that one. That's a good Netflix series. So let me see here. Sterling, how you doing? You was the first on, so first come, first serve.
We talked about office carbon. I read that.
What's up? What's up?
Thank
What's up?
What's good? Everybody mute y'all backgrounds now that y'all on the show. Thank you for joining. And take over, Sterling. You got it for sure.
Yeah, first of all, big ups to you and big ups to the panel. You know what I mean? And thanks for extending the show because I'm up late and I need something to watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
yeah, you guys. Thank y'all. Sure.
All right. So the first thing I gotta say is I was watching one of your presentation the other day, and I think it was kind of onto something when you was saying we might be at the bottom, right? When you was watching the flat Earth map, you were saying is a possibility we might be at the bottom, and on top is the real reality. What we thinking we at right now, right?
That's right.
Yeah, and I was thinking too, you might be onto something for real because if this is a simulation, it might be a simulation, which means they're actually simulating the what we should be seeing on top. They're actually simulating it at the bottom here.
Mm-hmm.
So you might be onto something. You had me thinking a lot that night when I watched that presentation.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
I'm almost fully convinced that we're not on Earth. We're in hell, which is a Earth-like simulation. And all of this time where we've been pointing to the top version, we should have been pointing to the bottom one. I'm really almost convinced of that because to back that up, Plato's cave allegory, and then when the face of God hovered over the waters, that is when God fell into creation, when creation began, because that's reflection. God saw a mirror image, this reflected, this distorted version, because the surface of the water and the motion of it will distort the image that's reflected on the surface. You won't get the true version of God. And that's the whole concept that was being broken down to us, with the face of God over the water. Hey, and so listen, come with any questions y'all got, come with any facts y'all got, but I'm gonna say I have to shut the show down within the next 15 or 20 minutes because I actually went over the time on my solo presentation and I was teaching during the callers' times. That's my bad, but y'all got it.
All right, well, that's all I got. I'm going to spread the mic since you're going to shut the show down, Oli. That's all I got for today. So big ups to you on the panel again.
Oh, yeah. I can't do 2 6-hour shows. But I've been on here like 11 hours so far because I started this morning.
I just had a quick question.
Earlier,
earlier there was this cat talking, but I wasn't able to get. I had to get off the show. But this cat came on. And he was talking about how he was getting targeted, hit with different technologies and frequencies, and I guess he was in a different shaman stuff, and I don't know. He was just dealing with that, and so he was talking a lot about that. I was wondering what was that cat's name? Because I didn't get his name.
You probably gonna have to go to that live stream and take it back or something like that.
I tried, but he didn't have it up yet. But anyway, if that cat's listening, because I know exactly what he's talking about. I've been through it. I've been through the ringers all the way through the targeting system. It doesn't get much worse than what I experienced. So I know a cat that explains the technology that they're using on us really well. It's classified, but he has information that comes from scientists that lost their lives exposing it. So his name is Brian Tew, Tew. If that cat is listening, check out his channel, Brian Tew, because he's like a genius, man. He's got a high IQ, 200 at least, and he memorized exactly how this tech works and what I mean on a level that you're not going to hear it like that from nobody else. So it really cleared it up for me, demystified it, and explained to me what was really going on so that you don't feed into it more. Anyway, it's very hard to deal with. A lot of people end up dead from it. But I don't want to say too much about it. But Brian
Okay.
too, just so
That
all right.
sounds like something that we're gonna have to do a stream about, and then we're gonna have to go deep into tinnitus and the earring and stuff too. So
Yeah,
so that's
yeah,
something I mark down. Yeah, and
for
shout out
sure.
to you, Awakening, man. I appreciate your support and your knowledge too, man. So yeah, the floor is open for all of y'all, man. Take y'all time.
Hey, much respect, my brother. I'm driving home, so I hope you can hear me clearly. But
Yeah,
man,
we can
much
hear you.
respect, bro. Man, you went ham, bro. You went ham, my brother. And I want my people to watch this again, digest some of this. But man, salutes, bro. Ain't nobody messing with you, bro. That's
Man, that's
spontaneous.
what's up.
That's spontaneous, bro. Oh my God. I got so much more to say, but you literally fed the people today, bro. You cooked out for the whole goddamn cookout, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So much respect. I could go on and on, but tonight ain't the night. So salute. We appreciate you, bro. Know that, bro.
Man, I
All right.
appreciate you, bro. You's a real one that's been here. You never been a hater. You's always been, you know what I'm saying, a
That ain't it,
guy
man.
that added on to the community with your own shit, your own knowledge. And y'all gotta make sure that y'all follow this brother on Instagram, man. Real talk, because
Yes, man.
a lot of people
It's,
be trying to do this syncretism, but you know, you are like right there. You're like, you know what I'm saying?
yes, sir, my
I
brother.
I put the stamp on it because it's like we have a different approach. Like I call it like thorough syncretism. It really dot all the I's and T's from etymology to the phonetics to the sacred, you know, all that stuff, man.
Yes, sir, my brother. And in time, we going to bless the people, man. But thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much for Bro Sanchez family.
I
You
thank
fed the
y'all
chat.
too.
You fed the chat. Even the troll, it was a light troll, but even the trolls was asking questions after a while, bro. Hey, you went ham, my nigga. Ain't nothing else to say. So till the next time, my brother.
You
Much
know what?
respect.
You know what's crazy about the trolls over here? It's like, and I'm gonna leave it, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let Marlon get it. Salutes to Marlon, man. Yeah, the
I
trolls
appreciate
here
it, bro.
for sure. Appreciate you. The trolls that's over here are different trolls. You all trolls are the same, but you know what make these trolls different is that we tell our trolls, you don't got the troll from under the bridge. Come on up, man. And they still choose to sit under the bridge and troll. But go ahead,
Right.
Marlon.
Yeah, man. I just, I was just like you was lighting it up, and it's like we all get the narrative that the only way off of here is to be good, and I've always been of a mind that none of these people got the keys to either tell you
Hold on.
you step here or that you can leave here. It is up to you. You know,
No, no, hold up. Marlon, can you say this last part again? I'm sorry.
I was saying that we get the church always telling you that you got to be good, and they got the keys to heaven. They can either give it to you or deny it from you. I think the next level is just there to be to be had. That we all going to move on like the butterfly does, as long as we transition naturally. I mean, but when you start hooking up wires and gadgets and stuff to your your essence, that's when you become the machine. Looking for trying to find security in this life. By hooking up to a machine that extends you or something like that. It's something that everybody has been going through for the beginning of time. It's just a transition to the next level. It's something that somebody here can deny you unless you let them.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how I feel.
Oh yeah,
And
you have to let them. You have to, like, it's all consent for sure.
yeah, I think that's it. And you had showed that the caterpillar before, and I was watching these guy called My Lunch Break. And it's not so much what he's saying, it's what he's showing. And I had wanted to compare that because that hat that was on that Egyptian looked just like these, I don't know what to call them, but they were in all of these old buildings and structures that was in India, there was in, uh, then there was tunnels and a necropolis. And then all the churches had necropolis underneath them, which were like millions of bones. And then they was, made into, and they had those, like if you called up that image of the caterpillar and how it attached itself to through the top of it to a branch, these were in buildings that looked like they were destroyed, like that Tartarian thing, like they were melted. It's very old and ancient, but it looked exactly the same as the caterpillar that you had
Okay.
on the screen that time. It was like and they were
I know what
like,
you're talking about. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Yeah.
And it looked like they was, and with the necropolis and all the bones, it looked like they were experimenting, like pre-reset. They were experimenting with the human, to me, that's what I saw. It seemed like they was experimenting. That's how they was piling up all them bones, or they caused a calamity that wiped out everything, and it was, the survivors piled up the bones. But it just didn't make sense, to me, why they were just piling them up like that and making geometric shapes out of them when they had these machines that, were attached, and they were in all these old buildings and structures that, we don't know, like, who originally built these buildings that are all over the world. Just like the pyramids are all over the world. What's more odd is the building.
It's a what we call in Tartaria and these ancient advanced civilizations like the Tartarians.
Exactly.
I think we should call them pre-apocalyptic civilizations because we exist in a post-apocalyptic world, and we're calling these advanced ancient civilizations is just everything prehistory, pre-apocalyptic. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly. Because these buildings are just like the pyramids all over the world, and we can't explain them.
yeah, we can explain them now. What we can explain is that human beings were more advanced at some point, and science is telling us the further we go back, the dumber we were. But actually, the further we go back, we see structures that we can't even make today. And it says the question you got to ask, what happened to us? That's called a great fall of man. We fell from glory. We had a earth-like utopia. This place was a abode that we built with beautiful buildings and stone structures and breathtaking views. And when we lost that, when we created one thing in the garden that we didn't need, and that was AI. We had a beautiful world, and we started ourselves. It just ain't enough. Now we need a slave.
Yeah.
That's my little theory, but you I see where you're going with it, though. I'm just saying how.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that, a lot of people that it's the timelines that don't match up. You know what I'm saying? With this, like, all of a sudden, because some of these buildings are still standing today and they're being used for different purposes.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still giving off energy. Some of them, like, they were built to generate energy, and some of them, those mountains. That's why they're special mountains. Like, You know, and they go in the Himalayas. They meditate up in there. They're giving off all sorts of energy.
Right. And then they're beneath us too. You know, there's like the whole world beneath our feet, you know, and these
subway.
Yeah, that part.
And yeah, man, hey, listen, let me go ahead and get up out of here though. Guess what though? It is the weekend. I'm gonna try to be streaming consistently this weekend too, to go ahead and, you know, finish this series or whatever, because I like this topic. But salute to y'all, and I gotta get up out of here real quick, unfortunately. But peace and love, and I'll see everybody on the next stream. Holla.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all again for all of the donations. Flat Erie, thank you. Said, do I have Ko-Fi for donations? No, I'll look into it. Somebody, my sister Katrina said that when I'm typing on the keyboard, that's kind of annoying. Guess what? I found out they got silent keyboards. I'm going to invest in that because it is very loud. My mic is right in front of the keyboard. I didn't even think about that. Shout out to BNA Carter. She you know, joined the channel. So let's clap it up. And appreciate everybody that joined the channel today, man. I really want to drop a bomb for all the new members. That's right! I really appreciate it. And once again, thank you for all the super chats and cash apps. Be on the lookout for the next Noti, guys. I'm going to be going live a lot on all of my channels. So check them all out. Subscribe to all of them.